Sunrise, dooming afterlife, daylight, dawn comes as a surprise. I am so hurt, I see heaven's light. Through the chaos, you're still on my mind. When the sky falls down, we'll make it out together. When the world ends here, we'll disappear forever. When the sky
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
Welcome to OMEN VALORANT Challenger South Asia. अब इस दिन के लिए हम कब से इंतजार कर रहे थे।
हर एक एंगल में मेहनत किया जा रहा है।
And VCSA Helep का support, Helep with the board.
And it opens a 3K and everything on Dominic. Shut down करते हुए Revenant और एक और बार।
The champion, it's Team.
Welcome to OMEN's Valorant Challenger South Asia 2025 Split 2 Day 2. After Velocity showcasing their dominance on the Day 1 itself, now we transition towards Day 2, where we have even stronger foes. But to take you through the action today, I'm John alongside with Scared Yet. And Scared, we've got some interesting matches lined up today, man. What are your thoughts about them?
I'll be super excited to see with how those 4 new teams now are going to play, right? Because eventually we saw 4 teams yesterday and the result was entirely as expected as you particularly predicted as well. 2-0 on both the score lines. And I think so with considering the matches that we have today, one of them can eventually be a 2-0, which I really hope goes to an all-mapper. But the second matchup is something that I am really excited about.
Yeah, and speaking of yesterday itself, right, Global Esports versus Reckoning Esports, and a lot of you guys thought that maybe even Global Esports can genuinely take the cake.
True.
But here's the main problem. With the way Reckoning Esports was playing, yeah, I do understand both the teams were making equal amount of mistakes, but Global Esports was just making more, and that was one of the main reasons why Reckoning Esports was able to capitalize. But still, we did see a lot of those nukes and crannies, and hopefully in the upcoming competitions, Reckoning Esports and even Global Esports can iron them out. Right now, Global Esports is sitting in the lower brackets right next to Asterisk, and that matchup will happen in the future. But something that's going to be really important for this Split 2, that's going to be the prize pool itself. And inside of the Split 2, we're going to have 29 lakh rupees on the line.
Absolutely, something that we had a look on yesterday as well, with 1.13 crore of total prize pool for the entire VCSA, all the 3 splits combined, along with that special prize of 4 lakh plus rupees as well. I wonder what that it is for.
It's probably going to be for the individuals, and whoever is able to outperform the other players will be able to get the money in their hands.
As easy.
But speaking of the Split 2 prize pool, right, as I mentioned, it's 29 lakhs on the line, and it's divided this. First placing team will get 12 lakhs, the second one will get 6.4, the third one will get 4.4, and it's going to keep on descending downwards. The best part about this is that no one goes away empty-handed.
Absolutely, you're going to get something, at least not nothing. But it's not just about the prize pool, right? It's also about the point system, that the circuit points which you will receive. Because normally what used to happen for the previous 2 years was one of the splits was very valuable because the team who would win that split will move directly onto the Ascension. But this time around, you need to keep that consistency of the top 4 teams who will receive the maximum points after all the 3 splits will move to the Ascension qualifier playoffs. And then there's only one team which will actually move to Ascension.
As you mentioned, consistency is something that matters the most, and a team that's closest to achieving that first spot is Velocity Gaming. After that flawless run that we saw inside of the Split 1, the expectations have been amped up even more. But we have seen a lot of the times in the past as well. We have seen a lot of upsets, specifically when we think a team's going to be performing and a team's going to be winning, that team ends up losing inside of the Split 2. It's happened multiple times in the past, and it might just happen once again. And today's day is going to be all about discovering the potential.
I agree, and since you mentioned about that potential and the unbeatable VLT, I remember that the only team which actually offered them a hefty loss on one map was S8UL, and they'll be playing today as well. So this is one of those teams which I personally feel have always improved on every single stage, specifically when the team is being led by a guy named Helef. We have seen how he used to struggle a long time back, even in terms of IGLing, but then the understanding of the game changed, and the way he himself played changed, and I think so I'm very much impressed by how he's going to lead his team now.
But here's the thing, right? I said you will beat them on Abyss, and Abyss is not even inside of the competitive pool anymore.
True.
And we've got the brackets for this entire Split 2 on the screen. Velocity, after winning their matchup against Asterisk, moved on towards the upper bracket in the front. Even Reckoning Esports defeating Global Esports Academy in a 2-0 fashion have moved up against Velocity. Now today we're going to figure out who's going to be the victor amongst Revenant XSpark and EXE and even DotExe against SNUL.
Absolutely. I think so most of the people will eventually predict Revenant XSpark and S8UL moving forward, but the question is with what kind of scoreline and what is the amount of competition that both of these teams will eventually offer. Because yes, I understand EXE GG is a team that moved all the way down from that promotion relegation by winning against Aura and then coming here. While on the other side, .exe, if we are talking about this team as well, right, we have seen these players, we have seen them with the name of OG previously, the previous split. They came out third, only behind Revenant XSpark and VLT. Now facing S8UL, last time they did win it, but that was when they had Venka, who right now is going to play in Revenant XSpark.
Look, that's a whole different story, but let's speak about the dark horses over here. EXE, one of those teams that came in through the open qualifiers, that came in through the Premier itself, and now they're over here inside of the Split 2 to try and make a mark, improve themselves, and prove their worth. Anything can happen. There's a reason why they're called the dark horses. They're definitely going to be a major surprise. I would love to see them give a tough competition. Simple.
True, I mean, but that's the thing, right? You have the competition in front of 5 more giants, right? If there's any other team that can actually compete against VLT and maybe take a few maps or even the win, I think so it is this lineup. Because consistency has been the second name of Antidote, and the way how he calls, and with the fact that Raw Fuel, Aziz, both of these players have been with him since the starting, and now with the addition of Venka and Georgie as well, this lineup performed phenomenally well in Split 2, and Venka is now another demon which has been added in this lineup, and I think so this is one of the big reasons why I have predicted Revenant XSpark to actually move through the upper bracket directly into the grand final.
Just by looking at the lineup itself, you can just tell this lineup does pack a lot of punch. It feels like a complete powerhouse. Now let's move on towards XOGG's lineup, and let's see what they've got in store for us. We have been looking at a few players in the past as well. For example, Doxer and even Roster. They have been a part of the competitive circuit for a decent amount of time. Even Trist, we have seen that man play that controller role in the past, but I would love to see what sort of an appreciation they're going to showcase today.
Garang and Markai as well have been in the community for a long time now, competing in the professional scene itself. So yes, in terms of experience, this team has a lot of it. But when it comes down to those micro plays, the macro plays, competing on such a big scale and against such a behemoth, that's where all of your abilities will be tested to their maximum potential. And to be very honest, considering how Revenant XSpark was already a power pack lineup and Deathmaker was in the roster, in the playing 5 roster at least. Now you've added Venka, and this man was one of the sole reasons, or if not the best or the biggest reason for OG to be placed on that 3rd position. I think so it's going to become even more difficult to stop this team.
What blows for EXE is that their first matchup is literally against Revenant XSpark.
Yeah.
It's one of the most strongest teams inside of the entire region, and EXE coming in through the open qualifiers, they're going to face off right off the bat against Revenant XSpark. Of course, it's going to be tough pill to swallow for the players, but as you mentioned, they do have the experience for that, and hopefully they have evolved over their time as well. I do remember seeing these players 2 years back. And back then, of course, Trist, Doxer, these guys used to be at the top of their game, quite the great players. But at the end of the day, we would just love to see what they've got in store.
I kind of agree as well, right? And since you've been mentioning about what they might have got in the store, I think so I was having a little bit of a sneak peek in the terms of maps that they like to play. And to be very honest, I think so we are not going to see Pearl or Lotus in the map veto, because these two were the maps which Revenant XSpark have been loving. Even throughout the previous Split 2, we were seeing them constantly pick these maps up and dominate against their opponents. While on the other side, I think so EXE is a team which right now is going to be super happy considering all the maps that are actually in the pool, being it Sunset, being it the Icebox, and they like to play on a few of these off maps too. So I think so maybe in the veto itself, we might possibly see if the series is actually going a 3-mapper, or rather if we are seeing Lotus and Pearl as the first 2 maps, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be going for a 2-0 RNT XSpark.
That's the word right there, off maps.
Off maps.
Do something that the opponents do not expect you to do. For example, Velocity has lost against SDUL on the map they did not even prepare. And that's where SDUL got the major advantage. That's what teams like EXE need to do. Just try and catch the opponents off guard, because let's be honest, when it comes to the experience, you cannot beat them. When it comes to the mechanics, it's really tough to beat them as well. The only way you can try and beat them is by catching them off guard with their map pick, or maybe even by agent composition. Of course, set plays are going to be even good, then that's going to help you even more inside of the composition.
To be honest, now that you bring up the point of agent compositions as well, I think so by the addition of Venka, that's going to be even more deep for the side of Revenant XSpark. And the reason for that is both Raw Fuel and Venka, we've known both of these players to kind of flex out into those Initiator Sentinel roles as well. Even in Split 2, yes, Venka is the primary duelist main, don't kill me out there chat, but at the same time, we have seen him play Teho. We have also seen him play Wise as well in a map or two. So I think so that's going to help Revenant XSpark even more. And Now it's going to be time to see how EXE or India are going to counter that.
We have been speculating a lot of stuff. As I mentioned, they probably should go for an off pick.
Oh my
and
god.
we have got the map veto on the screen. Revenant XSpark going for Sunset Ban. We've also got Icebox being banned out from EXE. And Pearl's going to be the first map to be played. This is going to be an interesting one, but I'm pretty sure Revenant XSpark is going to be more than prepared for Pearl.
Yeah, they've had a flawless record on the map of Pearl throughout the split too, and I think so that's going to continue even today. But split, I kind of like it from EXE because again, this is not entirely an off map. This is something that even the previous OG liked to play on, where Venka was a part of their main roster. So I think so he's going to be happy about it. The rest of the players as well. We already know how solid their firepower is, but
you know what? You sound way too diplomatic. It feels like you just want to try and stay neutral. So I just want to know your real expectations.
2-0.
What's your expectation for this matchup?
I told you 2-0. I think so it's going to go a fast 2-0 way in the hands of Revenant XSpark, but kind of known them to, lose out a map or two, even in Split 2. The first map against Global Esports Academy was Lotus, where it went to OT and they eventually lost it. Maybe that's something EXE can pull off. But yeah, I think so it's actually going to be a 2-0 in the favor of Revenant XSpark.
I'm pretty sure at this point everyone thinks it's probably going to be a 2-0 in the favor of Revenant XSpark. It's not even a joke. But at the end of the day, EXE, even if they do manage to steal one map away, that's definitely going to be a major surprise. And in my opinion, that's going to be winning their books because they can anyways go back to their rooms once again, go to the drawing boards, try and figure out what exactly went wrong in the map that they lost and come back stronger. But without wasting any more time, we're straight up going to dive into the agent composition. Revenant XSpark going with an interesting composition as well, but here we see EXE going with the Yoru and a Vice combination, and also add on that Tejo.
I like that idea as well with the Astra for the Universal Smokes who's going to play more on that lurk. I like the idea from EXE, but Revenant XSpark Venka now is pulling off a Brimstone. I think so he's going to have that Brimmy buff additionally with him too. We've known Revenant XSpark pick Reyna on this map in the hands of Georgie, who likes to go for those mid lurks every single time. And Antidote, he basically depends a lot on if Georgie is finding success in those mid or solo A main plays or not. So it's going to depend how are EXE going to stop the Reyna.
EXE's composition is so specifically made for Pearl. It's crazy. This composition on Pearl is extremely strong. While you try and look at the composition of Revenant XSpark, you can pretty much copy-paste the same composition anywhere you want. And at this point, Georgie on Reyna, I've heard a lot of good things about this man. When this man is on Reyna, this man absolutely dominates. And off the rip, we've already kicked things off with a quick trade on the board. Rafiel also spotting out the foe in the front, but I just love the off angle that the man's taken. He's positioned himself inside of the cubby. Georgie's already snuck past towards sewers. He's made it quite deep. Roster still does expect someone to be there around the corner. But I'm pretty sure that man being there, that's going to be their main winning goal.
I like how there's also another Astra Star Blaze right now on the back of the Vice shear as well towards the B side. The execute's going to go, but it's going to be isolated as well, and that's when Georgie will move forward.
Vision.
That was a really good recon dart. Revealing the position of Garang. Still, the man tried his best to do some sort of damage, but that's not going to be enough.
Spike
A
planted.
2-on-4 in the end. EXE on the verge of losing this pistol round unless these two players pull off an absolute miraculous play. Still, Rafael and Venka are taken down real low. All they need to do is connect one bullet. That can instantly find the equalizer they need.
Salvos are available for the backside to clear.
And Georgie at this point, he's got the heavens control. Gonna be tough to expect Georgie around this
One enemy
position.
remaining.
Gives away the peak, but still, Doxer was able to find a nice peak for himself too. But in the end, it's Georgie to close things off and Revenant XSpark to kick things up.
Georgie has always been a pistol demon. We've seen him constantly getting those multifrags as well. This time though, Venka finding that big opener. Again, we've seen Revenant XSpark, and this was the exact same opening that they have been using on the map of Pearl throughout the split 2. Just go towards mid, try and explore art, get a pick or two, and then rotate all the way for a B split. And this is exactly what they've done this time around. And I like the fact that 3 of them have got the rifles when there are 2 ghosts on the board, so they are already preparing up for the bonus round. It's a gamble A stack, while Maka is going to play up contact towards the pillar.
The team's on eco. The main goal for them is to take at least 3 guns away. And at this point, they have managed to take 1 gun away, so that's a successful one.
Still a ghost.
At the end of the day, damage is damage. He sneaks quite deep. He's able to find a nice two-piece. Gets countered in return. Garag gets the Z's down too. They just need one more gun down.
I doubt that now. Unless Gorang Sheriff is just gonna hit like a nasty shot. Trist as well. It's got one flash to work with, but only 2 Sheriffs against Georgie, Venka, and Antidote. Yeah, I don't think so that's happening.
Just needs one headshot.
Last player.
This eco round's gonna be more than successful, but won't be tonight. Venka lines them up both, and quick flicks to the skulls.
Oh yeah. And it's also got the orbital strike up for this round, and I'm looking at Revenant XSpark right now being in the prime position to convert this one, because this is now no longer a bonus round. This is a full-fledged buy round where Revenant XSpark have enough for the next one as well if they lose this. And they've got a pretty massive utility in their hands. Georgie again, look at his position. He's still going to go and explore mid. I think so it's going to be the similar opening as to what they did all the way back in the pistol round. Well, a 3-2 split setup for EXE. Arkai gonna play aggressive over towards the B to try and gather information, but again it's the mid exploration from a Revenant XSpark, and this is the weak part of the map for EXE.
Exploring mid. Trying to apply some pressure, show that presence. But also the good thing is that they have pushed quite deep towards B main. They've got so much intel. And now they know exactly what's going on. There's a big chance the A hit is coming.
I love the idea.
And that's why everyone from EXE seems prepared. You can see a few players just stacking up from the back lines as well.
It's a star though.
Still, they're taking too much time, in my opinion, for this rotation, even though they know there's no one towards B main. They should fully come in towards A. And here comes the push. And his back lines gets funneled all the way back. He does not have any sort of visual towards the side itself. And Antidote was able to find a beautiful opener on the back of Aziz too. And Aziz finds a nice two-piece. And just like that, the site's going to fall in their hands. Revenant XSpark, without any struggles, they have managed to get the site in their hands.
Look at Georgie. He's going to get both of them. And
that's what you call cast a curse.
Yeah, that's how you curse them.
Georgie was expected. I like the presence of mind from EXE.
Should be done technically. A couple of nanostorms as well, and then the Brimstone lineup. They don't really have a time. They're going to run all the way down, save the weaponries. And again, the orbital strike is safe for the next round too.
Here.
Lovely calling from Revenant XSpark. Controlling the mid yet again.
Here.
Understood that they did not have B main control. And then quickly bursted down towards the side. Raw Fuel with that recon. If I'm not wrong, he was able to reveal out either Doxer or Trist all the way towards Secret, and the spam connecting perfectly from Antidote. They found the opener, controlled the backside, went in for the plant, and then easily backed out, playing in for the post plant. You can't allow Revenant XSpark to play post plant, and I agree with the point you mentioned that they had a perfect time EXE over towards that B main push. They should have fully committed to it, and I think so that is going to be the most important way to counter this nasty lineup stall potential comp.
In my opinion, they need to counter aggression with aggression straight up. At this point, it feels like there's too many just nooks and crannies wide open for Revenant XSpark, and that's why they're constantly punishing EXE. Even the third one falls apart, and all thanks to Georgie. The man's making the site look like an absolute graveyard, and Georgie, the demon hunter, Revenant XSpark, easily just flooding towards the site. And EXE just left wondering what to do to try and counter these players. Oh! Roster still diffing a few players in return. But that 2K is not going to mean anything. Roster needs to back away and go for the safe play. He needs to go for the save no matter what, but then he whiffs that spray on Raw Fuel.
Just a little bit of a wide crouch peek with Raw Fuel, and then landing those nasty shots, but this could have very well been the first ace of VCSA split 2. I'll have to say unfortunate for Georgie though, only getting a 4K, but he did his job. Also used the Empress too in the previous one, and that's when you know that this is actually a true Reyna main player. When there are only a couple of players on the other side, but you still press the Empress. Why? Because you know that you're gonna get it pretty soon, a bit later either ways, as he's one away from the Blade Storm too. Ult economy not yet close, but 4 major ultimates just 2 points away, and it seems another B main explode just like round number 2.
Been holding the same position for a long time, and he gets expected. I'm not even sure why he's playing that same spot for so many times. Maybe more than twice now.
Oh
but at
my
this point, even
God.
Doxer gets isolated perfectly. Triss, does he know there's someone right around the corner? That was going to be the answer. Triss gets snuffed out too. Antidote was just waiting for the man to make any sort of mistake, and Triss just walks in his crosshair. XOGG falling apart like a house of cards.
Last player standing.
At this point in time, we all know this round is done. There's no way a comeback is possible. And Revenant XSpark just disrespecting the opponents by pushing directly in their spawn.
Flawless on the back of it as well. The economy snowballing out of control. Raw Fuel 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. Orbital Strike has been kept for the past 3 rounds in hand. They've got the Blade Storm up too, and the economy for XOGG broken. I think so this is the prime time for them to actually pull a timeout. They've got to discuss about what Antidote has been doing, and you can just see it on the map itself and understand how he's playing with the minds of XOGG. With the calls from mid, then regrouping at A, and in a couple of rounds going directly B, and right now they're doing exactly that, and this is the weaker side, by the way.
Indeed are. And look at Aziz, the man's already found the line of sight towards the site itself. Dashes all the way towards back. Just like that, Revenant XSpark without even breaking a sweat. They empty the entire site. What's left? Just 2 players standing. A man with the Judge and a man with the Guardian. But this time, getting anything done seems impossible. One last man, a lot of hopes and dreams, and everything will be shattered. 6 back-to-back rounds on the board by Revenant XSpark. This domination seems tough to stop.
Your hearts are
Already told you so. On the map of Pearl, Revenant XSpark, they enjoy a lot. Antidote loves to call his team on this map. And now, as I said, with the addition of Venka as well in the roster, it just seems that there's a lot of firepower. It's going unchecked right now. 4 major ultimates up, 1 away from Steel Garden as well for XOGG. This should be the prime round for them to win. With the investment of the operator too, though it's towards the B side, it's stacked towards the A.
The good thing for EXO is that they've got a decent amount of ults, as you mentioned. They can utilize those ults to go for the side take and then think what they want to do to the players of Revenant XSpark. But at this point, they just want to deny the site control.
I love the fact how now the share is placed towards the double door so they can leave mid. While one of them is watching arts and there's a full stall utility over towards the side. This is only for the kills.
Straight up.
Drone is down.
That knife's going to spot the players out.
Yep.
Need to back away from that.
Markai holding a very forward angle over towards the B main as well.
He's been doing it from the start.
He does not have the gate crash though this time around to try and run away from it. That's a problem. He can get one, but there's no escape for him.
But the good thing is, it does not seem like Revenant XSpark has any sort of intentions to move towards B main.
Bigger problem though. It's a 4-person stack here.
It's not looking too good for XOGG. Are we getting utilized to try and deny that site take? But it's still not going to matter. Revenant XSpark, they flood inside of the site like fluid. Not even being stopped by the players of XOGG. Not even standing a chance inside of these duels. It feels like they're just getting mechanically dipped. Raw Fuel does hear a lot of those footsteps, but eventually Goran strikes Raw Fuel down. It's going to bring the situation down to 2v3, but unfortunately gets struck with the orbital strike. Goran's taken down real low, but he's still able to fight back. Situation brought down to a 1v2, and Antidote somehow takes down Markai. A big mess up from the Euro is going to cost them the round, and Antidote, the consistent man, prevails once again.
Yeah, the dimensional drift available as well. The cosmic divide too. They had everything in their hands but Revenant XSpark and their sheer burst on the side. And you could always see the recon darts from Raw Fuel has been so annoying. The player towards the art, I believe it was Triss. He just turned around and looked all the way up top to break that recon, and that was the perfect time when the players were flooding in on the side. Finished him off as well, and Markai just following up on the back of his clone. Micro mistakes, very small mistakes, costing the round to the team. And you don't expect this from a lineup that is stacked with the players who've got so much experience.
I agree they're making a lot of mistakes when it comes to team play and when it comes to those micro decisions that they're making inside of the game. But generally speaking, it feels like they're just getting mechanically diffed. There's not a lot to be added in there. It feels like Revenant XSpark are just better. They're 2 steps ahead of EXE India. Nothing can be done over there. And at this point in time, EXE India, if they don't buckle up, if they don't get a few rounds back to back, then Revenant XSpark is just going to run away with this lead without any problems.
How far away do you think they're going to run right now? It's a 7-0. Only you've got 6 more rounds remaining.
Still a 7-5 is possible.
Safety's off.
Say that with a straight face by looking me in the eye.
You know, as a commentator, we are paid to have a lot of copium. You gotta understand that. And at this point, I'm doing exactly that.
Okay, stack side.
Fury utilized to try and empty the backside. And it's actually gonna do its job as well. Still a man from XL was able to sneak through towards Hearts, and maybe he's gonna be the one to pop out with a big surprise, but he still gets shut down. Revenant XSpark not even flinching with the side take, easily dominating, but what am I watching? XOGG! The moment we were speaking good about Revenant XSpark, XOGG, they come through with a thrifty, shutting down that entire push and surprising all of us. And as I mentioned, a 7-5 is still possible.
Oh my god, the first call where Antidote just calls his team to run down towards one side. It's a fully stacked side with all the stall utils, be it the Share, be it the Thorns as well, and all the 5 players in the backside. A lovely play from EXOGG.
Here.
Capitalizing on that big mistake right now, the operator yet again aggressive towards the B main. Guy.
Interesting to see a Yoru opping. And he's actually going to find the value as well. Off the rip gets the advantage.
Careful here.
Revenant XSpark taking down a 4-man squad.
Antidote has got the lockdown available, so they can empty the site. But again, on the other side, you've got the Null Command, you've also got the Steel Garden, you've got the Dimensional Drift for the retake. And I think so this is the best chance for EXOGG to win another round.
Being down a man, they still need to go for the safe take no matter what. And Markai, with that one-way smoke, is able to dominate the site. Somehow EXOGG, they've got the side on lockdown, but Rafael and Georgie more than enough to break through the shackles. But oh no, Steel Guard being utilized as well. How can Georgie try and counter this? But beautiful stuff from Trist. A shoulder pick is more than enough to take care of the player, and Markai with a quick 3K on the board to save the day for EXO.
Beautiful play yet again. They just waited for the players to burst down on site. Countering the lockdown perfectly with the grab well as well as the guided salvos at the choke point to stop the members of Revenant XSpark from taking control of the site, making them uncomfortable. And Markai with the operator, finding those important picks. Sets down Aziz for the first one, then takes another one on site through the smoke. And then answers back, trades Trist at the end. Lovely play. Still got 3 more ultimates to work with. I think so this is the perfect chance for them to actually go for that 7-5. It is possible, and now that I say it.
EXOGG, the way they're winning these rounds, it's really concerning for Revenant XSpark.
Agreed.
And Aziz this time, the man's had enough. Revenant XSpark, it's back to their old game. Oh my god, Twist! He's found the play of his life! Strikes down 2 players. Man advantage that Revenant XSpark had. It's now nullified as even Roster is able to strike down another man. A 2v2 in the end. Revenant XSpark messed up big time. And that play from the man Trist got him a lot of value. Georgie still just having that one mission in his mind. He wants to get the spike planted, but he does not exactly know where the foes are positioned. GG.
Spike planted.
Now Hotch's gonna start a race. Roster really wants to go for the peak as well. Positions now. Georgie's not a man you would want to mess with like that, but Korong wins that duel. Rafael left all by himself in a 1-on-2 clutch situation. Can he make it happen?
One enemy remaining.
Got no clue where they foes in position, but he still does find the Astra. That's gonna be an important pick taken.
Oh, the
Beautiful
recon.
recon dart. It's going to reveal the position of the foe. And now, Rafael closes things off. That recon dart was so valuable. Oh my god, got way too close for comfort, but still Revenant XSpark snatched it away in the end. And the dreams of making it a 7-5 now vanish. But this play from Trist, it was insane.
Big. 22 HP in the hand with a Guardian as well. Taking on both of the players. Super crucial indeed.
But genuinely speaking, that play came at the back of a bait.
I agree.
He technically baited his Yoru, and then he just stood quiet behind that box. The moment the smoke bloomed, Trist knew that's his opportunity to strike because he could hear every single footstep just approaching towards Art.
Right now, Gorang can hear all of that, but can't really do anything about it. Smoke on their side is going to be given. It's going to be a full retake by EXE.
This time around, Revenant XSpark. They walk into a free site. XOGG Markai does not even have the operator available to make any sort of difference. Hunter's Fury invested. And does find a kill.
Big.
That's quite important. Gorang, he has been an impact player for XOGG. This time around, he's not going to be available inside of the retake.
Whoa.
Unfortunately for the players of Revenant XSpark, they still have to deal with the ultimate off that KO. And this is where the real problems do start to stack, but still Revenant XSpark, they flood in with a lot of kills and scoop up the round.
A big question is now, since Trist used up the null command, why was Markai the first person to go on to the side as he was being picked off on the other and if I'm not wrong by EXE? So that's again sort of a small micro problem out there for Revenant XSpark, or rather XOGG, and the big play behind that was again that Hunter's Fury by Rafuel picking off Gorang. To be honest, in terms of the aim, he has been doing a decent job, but again, he's been bombarded by the utilities on the other side. A Glass Cannon, Guardian, Spectre, one Vandal, Bulldog. Now the best possible buy out there, and Revenant XSpark understand that, and that's why they're going towards the B side, because this is where you're going to take those long range duels.
Revenant XSpark. This time off the break, just straight up bum rushing towards the site. Also got the site control without any problems, and Georgie's just stacking up the dead bodies. XOGG going in, they reply with the 2K of their own, but Revenant XSpark just better. 2 steps ahead every single time.
Prepare for hellfire.
Switching sides.
Yeah, at this point, it's done. I don't think there's a way XOGG can pull off a comeback. If they do, though, then that would be insane. But realistic expectations, this team's done.
Should be on the back of this pistol though, but again, in terms of that aiming department, 15 and 9 for the Z's, 15 and 7 for Georgie, Rafuel going 11-6, Oenka 7-5. It just seems like they are unstoppable, and it's not just this entire team, they're unstoppable like the Omen laptops as well, because there's so many possibilities for you to get those exchange benefits as well, some cashback rewards too. And Omen have got a few of the best laptops out there. You might want to scan that QR code quickly to get more information on it, because the offer is only for a limited time.
The offer sounds great for now. Revenant XSpark as well. This offer that they're playing with is also quite good. 10-2 scoreline, first half concluded. Revenant XSpark just steamrolling through the competition without any sort of problems.
Careful here.
The first match is about to be over, and it feels like it just started 5 minutes ago.
It actually did, because start time was 3. 3:30 right now.
Revenant XSpark. Aziz pushed up quite deep. Wanted to play for the informational play, but look at George. He spots the skull, and that's going to be his head cut off instantly.
150 HP Reyna now in the pistol round. It's always been a problem.
Indeed is. And Georgie is not going to be stopping anymore. This man's an absolute killing machine. 95 HP available in the hands of Georgie. And he's now looking forward to wrap all the way around towards the spawn itself. Is XOGG going to expect this?
I don't think so.
But luckily enough, at least they're being quite quick on the feet, so they're directly going to make it towards Art. This flank is completely flop.
But there's an alarm bot as well out there, so it's going to give out the information.
It's fine, but at least the flank is not going to be big enough for the sting. Markai, a beautiful flash and a peek on the back of that KO. I like that set play.
Down A.
And Markai is also going to find the value.
10 seconds left.
Cuts away the first man. There's a turret as well, and that turret's going to be
player
extremely
standing.
annoying. Expected the flank too, but Georgie just quick enough on that trigger. He's looking much more good. He's looking really dandy. And Doxer just can't do anything because the man ran out of time. XOGG did not know what to do till the end. They were in confusion. But for Revenant XSpark, this has been quite interesting.
To be honest, now there's a bit of a lack of homework, I'll have to say, right? First of all, Pearl being let in the map veto itself, and then not anticipating the mid plays of Georgie in every other round. I think so that has been a big problem for XOGG. You can clearly see that happen right now. They're kind of forcing 4 sheriffs out here. Might not have the full shield buy for the next round too. Maybe an outlaw to be invested. Revenant XSpark. For now, they've got a couple of guardians in the hand as well, and there we go.
Arsene pressured once again, and Markai kickstarts things, but the Guardian's going to be tough to surpass.
Spike down A.
Benka with a quick 4K. Just give the man the ace. He deserves it. We all want to see the first ace off this VCSA 2025 split 2.
He sees him. He sees him.
Benka does pop the player. Sees the second time as well, but Rawfield steals it away. The classic way. This is how it's done. I still remember, even SK Rossi, his ace was every single time denied by his own teammates.
Yeah, that's why we had a nickname of 4K Rossi after that. Nasty play by Wing. Was the support of Georgie as well.
Just better, it felt like he was doing some target practice.
He was. That's exactly what the score looks like as well. He's 12, 6, and 12 on a Brimstone. He's got more assists than Raw Fuel. Clearly shows you the strength of this man and the flexibility. Give him any kind of agent and he's still gonna prove his worth. Right now, Revenant XSpark are proving that this is not the same RNTX that we saw in Split 1. This is even better. This is even more deadly.
Georgie knows exactly what's going on, but still clicks down to him. But as long as Benka and Aziz are alive, these two are going to be the impenetrable wall. And they still stand tall towards the side, denying the control for as long as possible. The man gets his hands on the Guardian. But XOGG decide to back away. 2v3 in the makings, it's still possible. It can't come into fruition.
It's gonna be difficult though. Khorang's HP is only 24. Roster will have to make a play. Still got the Arc Rose to work with, so over towards the side, but it's about time. Raw Fuel. His senses always tingle. The internal clock is insane for this man. It's also got the recon dart available to get the information, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna
30
tap it
seconds left.
or send it as soon as he hears the spike tap.
Now it's going to be the guessing game. Roster wants to pull off a rabbit out of his hat.
Raw Fuel is watching it.
Yeah, Rawfield definitely
One
does
enemy
this.
remaining.
It's going to be a sneak attempt
10
from the
seconds
side
left.
of XOGG, and Rawfield knows the second man as well. It's going to be right there. And
Defenders
Revenant XSpark,
win.
without even breaking a sweat, this was a piece of candy for them that they've picked up. An easy win. The players do not even seem flinched after this matchup. Oh boy, we gotta feel bad for a team like XOGG, who's definitely trying their best to get something done. We have seen some moment of heroics from their side, specifically that thrifty round, the stack that we saw that came through. Good reads were there, but definitely a lot of room for improvement.
I think so. I'm just gonna send this map away saying that, yeah, maybe XOGG did not prepare the map of Pearl. That's the only silver lining that I can probably send them, because the rounds that they technically got were where Antidote was calling his team. You're like, you know what, forget all the strats, let's quickly push A side. Oh my god, there's a stack. You know what, let's try and brute force. Alright, they hit a couple of sheriff shots. That's about it. Nothing on the back of it. There was the other round where they had a bombardment of ultimate, including the Steel Guard and the Armageddon as well. And I think so, apart from that, there was not a single round where I saw Revenant XSpark even flinch.
generally speaking, I've mentioned this as well during the cast itself. It just felt like the players are getting mechanically diffed.
Yep.
Yeah, there are a few duels that are being won by the players of XOGG, but just a few duels are not going to mean a lot. You need to win majority, or at least 50% of the duels that you're taking against your foes, and if you're not able to do so, you're anyways going to lose the matchup no matter how good of a composition you have, no matter how good of a team synergy you have. If you're just not able to win the firefights, you're done for.
Revenant XSpark, every single player was just hitting their shots. There were a couple of hero moments as well from 1 or 2, and this was one of those rounds where Markai was able to get a 3K with the operator. Another round where Trist almost made it possible for his team, but every single story was eventually brought down through almost.
The MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Georgie without any doubt. 19 kills with the ACS of 325. The man definitely did kill monstrous mode in that previous game. Georgie, of course, doing quite great. We know this man's a killing machine on that Reyna, but at this point in time for XOGG, it felt like we did not even see any sort of resistance from them. Yeah, those 2 rounds, they definitely did try their best, but after that, it just felt like it was Revenant XSpark just steamrolling through this entire composition, steamrolling through this entire team.
Yep.
Let's move on towards the stats and figure out how they're looking like, because I know it's definitely going to be stacked up with Revenant XSpark no matter what.
I agree. Fully in terms of first kills as well, 10 out of the 15 total the rounds that we played. Post plants as well, they got the site 10 times, converted it every single time. So if they've got the spike down, yeah, they're converting it. Thrifties for XOGG, out of the 2 rounds that they had, one of them was Thrifty, which you mentioned over towards the A side 2. Was round number 8, and again, a couple of clutches going in for RNTX. One of them in the hands of Antidote, the other one in the hands of Raw Fuel, clearly showing the individual brilliance as well of the players who were not in the double fragging department but were still there as the impact fraggers. And how dare I say Raw Fuel was not in double fragging department. 13, 6 and 9 is just crazy.
And I just kind of find it interesting too, because Markai was pushing that same angle over and over again, and he was being expected to. The only time Markai wasn't killed towards B-Main is when the players of Revenant XSpark were just not going towards that area.
Yeah.
So for Markai, in my opinion, doing that over and over again, I do understand you're doing it to pretty much get yourself some solid factor that, yes, the opponents are not pushing over here. He just wants to gain that intel, but majority of the times he was getting picked off if Revenant XSpark really wanted to make the push towards B-Main. He wasn't even able to teleport away.
Yeah, that's the whole part about it, right? Because with the Yoru, whenever you're playing it, you need to pick those early timings. And if the opponent had decided just to play slow, like Revenant XSpark, they knew there's a Yoru on the other side. So all they needed to do was not push B, play slow towards mid and A, and then regroup to hit wherever they really wanted to. So it was a perfect counter strategy by Antidote as well and the boys. But now the next map is going to be of Split. There's only one time that RNTX played Split previously, and I'm pretty sure it was a double initiator composition. So I'm excited to see how that one's going to pan out.
Look, at this point, everyone from the side of XOGG just needs to step up.
Yep.
They've got some great players, Doxer, Trist, even every single player in that roster definitely does have a lot of potential, but they just need to wake up when it matters the most. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. Restock on those popcorns. We'll be right back with the second matchup.
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Welcome back after that short break to OMEN's Valorant Challenger South Asia 2025 Split 2 Day 2. First map is already concluded between Revenant XSpark and XOGG. Now we move on towards the map of Split, and to take you through the game, I've got Fixes joining alongside with me. Fixes, how you doing, man?
You know, I was a mere spectator sitting on the sidelines, and I feel like would be the same this game as well, considering how good Revenant XSpark have been so far with EXE IND posing no threat whatsoever. I think Scared really pointed it the round that by the virtue of Anti just maybe, you know, YOLO calling and them going on and capitalizing. Other than that, I don't think we have seen any sorts of creaks in the armor for RNTX.
Exactly. You know what? Let's move on towards the map veto for now. As I mentioned, the map 2 is going to be the map of Split, and that's where the real deal really does begin. Lotus is going to be the decider, but looking at the first game itself, it generally feels like we're not going to move on towards Lotus unless XOGG pulls a rabbit out of their hat and surprises all of us. We have seen a bit of those glimmers of brilliant moments from their side, but those glimmers are not going to be enough. They need to show an entire cinema.
You know, at this point, like you said, of course, a miracle would only push the series to that third map. But again, when you look at the stats, yes, Split is not one of the most, chosen map, at least for RNTX. But do they care at this moment? They're just so strong mechanically as you take a look at the draft over here. So not a lot of changes, almost pretty similar. You just have a Clove and an Omen into the mix. Of course, Teo being played by both the sides, and Cypher in the mix. So a little bit of variations coming in from RNTX, but for EXOGG, eyes will definitely be on Markai because he's now shifted to a controller.
I love that Venka's now playing on that duelist role.
Oh, yeah.
He's called out the Yoru. In the previous game, the man was playing controller, so it's quite interesting. I would love to see what Venka's got in store, specifically going for that Yoru pick. And in my opinion, we might just not see Venka play Yoru against some of the stronger teams. He's probably just playing it against XOGG because he thinks that since they have already dominated the first map, they can probably dominate this one as well. And Venka is already wrapped up so deep towards B, pushing all the way towards mid, getting that pick to Trist, losing out on his teammate. Doxer not in the game anymore, and Venka went for that chow. But this time he gets shut down. Unfortunately for Venka, he was not able to follow up with a second piece, but it's completely fine. Revenant XSpark though, still they can't get things under control. It's taken down to a 3v4 in the favor of XOGG. Paint Shells pushing Georgie outside of his comfort zone, but he's still stuck towards elbow. He was able to find that one, but that's all he got. In the end, just final 2 players surviving for Revenant XSpark against the 3 men standing of XOGG. Both moving from main itself. Positions known. They know exactly what's going on in Revenant XSpark's head. And XOGG is able to connect all the dots and connect all the skulls. Aziz, the only man left standing in a 1v3. Can he pull it off? That's my question. And the answer is going to be no.
Yeah, finally a good start for EXOGG, exactly what they wanted. Whilst the players of RNTX are being a little too eager, trying to go in for those hasty pushes, trying to get those kills. Kind of shut down, punished, and by virtue of which EXOGG did build up that first round coming in, and now RNTX still not flinched though, still nothing to worry about, and I kind of get the idea of Venka coming on Yoru, something that we even witnessed yesterday from Velocity, where if needed, SK Rossi even took on the role of a duelist when we've got Georgie still there, and Aces is still on the race. So quite typical. But moving on ahead, you've got EXE getting those buys, whilst RNTX this time opting for a save.
Don't even have any of their option. They need to go for this save. Doxer last time was picked off in mid itself. Hopefully this time it's got better cavalry. B-main's being watched constantly. EXE showcasing some patience. That too in a round where they have all the rights to win. All the odds are stacked with them. Still EXE trying to play some mind games, playing with as many patience as possible. In my opinion, they should just straight up rush through the site. And maybe finally we might just see that execution come through. Revenant XSpark, the player's position in such a defensive mode. Not even towards the site. Rockfield is tucked all the way deep inside of the corner. His position still left unnoticed. Unfortunately, that snake bite was not good enough to not cover that corner, so that's why Rockfield's position is still unchecked. Still pushed up in that corner. EXE has no clue that there's a flood on the other side of these smokes, and the flood's gonna break out. Unfortunately for the player, he was just stuck behind the default box, but still EXE bursting through with a lot of energy. They were able to find the nice 4K. Antidote gets his hands on the Bulldog. This
Wow.
deadly. An eco round converted for Revenant XSpark. And EXE just shattering in front of them. A round that they should have won without any problem. EXE has thrown it away.
Chef's kiss by Anti coming in right over there, but again, RNTX giving that space to EXE to take over the site and then eventually work it out around the post-plant retake. Of course, Cypher going unchecked over there did act as an element of surprise. EXE did not see that one coming in now. Again, table split. Economy completely distraught for EXE as RNTX can now go for a full-fledged buy. Looking at the setup, huge tweaks, of course. You've got Rockfuel back at A, playing along with Aziz, and two players set at mid.
Targets.
Whilst you've got Antidote handling inside, and Venka, some brilliance over there, and EXE dismantled already.
Venka with a nice 2-piece instantly kick things off inside of this round, and that's going to give a big man advantage in the hands of the Revenant XSpark. EXE dismantled off the rip. Chris not in the game anymore. Even the duelist that's supposed to find the end is not there. And Rockfield, now the man's gained too much confidence. Gets his own. Still, luckily enough for EXE, this duel that they've just went towards ramps is going to help them quite a bit. At least establish a bit of that dominance. Last all the way deep towards heaven, but unfortunately does not get the conversion. And in the end, it's Venka as well to put the cherry on top of the cake.
Yeah, easy peasy for Venka in this round. Goes for a little bit of that mid push, finds two. And suddenly, EXE had no answers. No entry onto the site, were lurking around, and Rockfuel took advantage of that situation. Took their hands off, and once everything was over, it was just mere formality. And this time around, EXE do come up with their buys, but still, little scars on the armor. Talking about the ultimate ability status, you've got Venka, 2-point shot. And, seems like it's going to be a fast execute at A. Rockfield has to be vigilant, and he opens up, needs to buy enough time. The 4 has come in, taking quite some damage, gets traded off.
Unfortunate for Rockfield, but the man was definitely feeling himself. EXE, they do catch the flank, but they do not expect the second man right there on the back of it. Venka as well taken down real low. This 3v3 now seems in the favor of EXE. They've got the post plant set up pretty perfectly as well. Aziz, the man, needs to be the major difference maker right next to Antidote. Paranoia, that's going to be used. It's going to help them at least gain some more ground inside of the site. But since Venka's taken down real low, it's pretty much a 2v3. And unfortunately for Revenant XSpark, Trist just pops off.
Yeah, he certainly does. And all came just because the fact that EXE were kind of confident that they wanted to go for a quick A take. As a result of which, found Rockfield once he was dealt with. not a lot of men on site, and the rotations did come in, but eventually during the retake, yeah, the paranoia did follow up. It was fine, but after that, there was no follow-up to really capitalize on that, as a result of which EXE manages to squeeze one more round. And now it's suddenly become more interesting because now RNTX, they do have their buys, but just on the lighter piece of armor, there's now a little bit of a proactive play being exercised from RNTX. Of course, trades from both the angles, down to a 4-on-4.
Right there. The good thing is for RNTX, since they've lost out on Garang, XOGG does not have any controller to go for the site take. And that's going to be stinging them quite hard. They do have Markai actually, so that can definitely be the difference maker, but still Viper can make a lot of impact on the map of split. Revenant XSpark, standing, and look at this flank from Doxer. Completely unexpected. Revenant XSpark getting red like a bug. What am I watching? Revenant XSpark, after dominating the first map like that, they're just getting played with in the second map of split. And they seem completely confused.
At this point, you still see they're not really tensed. The atmosphere is quite calm, and they know there have been a couple of slip-ups. RNTX, of course, wanted to change the rhythm this time. Wanted to be a little proactive, but that's the, you know, kind of a cut down that you make when you trade your players, right? Especially on your defensive side. Just opens it up, makes it more vulnerable, of course, favoring the attackers. And as a result, no option from Anti but to save the weapon for the next round.
Solid stuff from XOGG. 3 rounds on the board, also having a round lead over Revenant XSpark. Now it finally feels like they're conquering the demons. And this is what XOGG exactly needed. Solid stuff. But Revenant XSpark, all it takes is one flip of the switch. And the moment that happens, the moment we see a heroic play, the entire team just comes back to life.
Got 4 ults this time. And this has to be the round where Revenant XSpark bring themselves back. A little bit of a heavy stack on the ESI, 3 players deployed. Georgie guarding mid, and it's going to be Venka holding off B alone. And EXE, they have found their strings of success on towards that A site. As a result of which, reactive play is being made. And this time, they will be a little bit defensively placed. The pieces from RNTX just waiting for that flood coming in. Georgie, a little bit of that recon around that mid area, knows that there's nobody here. So it's kind of a setup where maybe in the next couple of moments we might see somebody to gather a couple more information, and it has to be Aziz. Goes in, but the shift comes in from EXE side. Now they're venturing around mid.
I'm not sure exactly which side they want to hit. Confusion is there on the board. And Venka has been sitting in the same position since the start. The Rolling Thunder is not going to catch Venka. His position is still anonymous, but what did I just watch? He just made the biggest whiff of his life, and that might just cost him the round as well. And yes, it's on the verge of costing them the round. Unless Rafael is able to pull off miraculous plays on the back of Aziz. It still is a deadly combo. And just look at Trista's position. Even Doxer is coming through with a massive flank. And this late game flank might just not be expected by Revenant XSpark. Chris right underneath is able to shut down Aziz's ball, and the flank's gonna find one. Revenant XSpark just falling apart like a stack of dominoes. And at this point, Venka making that whiff, I'm pretty sure it's gonna make a lot of people hurt.
Yeah, now they really have to buckle up. As EXE this time, they mean business. Took that one map to settle in. Now they feel conditioned. Now hitting the shots, Trist. He's been phenomenal so far, especially in this map. Does not miss, but look at roster. That instant 180 switch and a shot right on the head, and then Trist controlling the entire situation there. Came off with the Rolling Thunder just to displace the players there, and now RTX completely shattered the economy in tatters at this point. A bit of switcheroos being made. Anti He's got Georgie along with him on the B side.
Oh, no.
Play aggressive and now punish. Now this is completely coming out
Unnecessary.
of this is indiscipline, really hurting the players of RTX.
That was just not needed, and because of that, one single play, even antidote falls apart.
Planted.
And now the entire side as well just goes away in the hands of XOGG. Revenant XSpark making some questionable decisions inside of this game. For no particular reason, that push was made by the Tejo. For XOGG, this indeed does seems like an easy wrap-up. Sheriff might just start to click though. Hold on to that thought. Aziz and Venka, they're still making it happen. A Phantom in the hands of Gorong, and he's panicking. And because of that, Venka takes the advantage. And now Revenant XSpark converts to Thrifty.
Yeah, and he redeems himself. Of course, which started off with a little bit of a debacle. RTX find themselves back in with a Thrifty. And now the economy is back in place. In a very competitive position right now. Whilst EXE, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Missing out on his ult over there, and then Venka just the position safe and sound, and just was smacking heads. And did get the follow-up, as a result of which the third round comes on board. But now, it's going to be interesting, because you've got Markai and Gorang, both with their ults. And especially for EXE, they would be looking for that post-plant Viper's Pit. And this is where RTX, look at the body language, still quite poised, still nothing to worry about. And will get themselves back in once again. So, again, for Revenant XSpark, 3 rounds coming off. A little bit of those slip-ups, but still, feels like they found their footing back.
You clearly saw Gorong's aim too. It was so jittery. And now it feels like even the nerves are starting to set in for XOGG. They're panicking in these type of scenarios. And you cannot really afford to panic, specifically in a situation like that where the odds are stacked with you. The opponents just have a Sheriff and you have a Phantom up close and personal. You have the default advantage, but the only reason why you lost, it's because of the mental. Now it's time to control your nerves. It's time to control all the feelings and the emotions that are running through your head and lock in the game. XOGG, they have done it. They just need to run a few more miles.
Look at the read once again. RTX understanding that for EXE, what has worked out has been that A side. Instantly have gotten the Cypher back over there, the trap wire set. And it's heavily stacked. 2 men around ramp, of course. Aziz gonna be a little bit impatient right now. And now RTX, they will be gloating about the fact that, yes, they've got the read, they've got that information, and Venka has got an op.
Yeah, he does, but unfortunately for him, there's too many targets in front of him, and that confusion is going to make him whiff. Revenant XSpark could have actually got a big advantage off the rim, but unfortunately Venka missed. This time it's not going to miss, and even Raw Fuel lines up the skulls. 2 quick taps, even Aziz follows up, and now it's down to just Doxer from XOGG. This seems like I'm having some flashbacks.
Back to map 1 once again, already in sync, but Doxer, he's gonna try and make do with whatever he can salvage. Any guns drop would help, but Aziz denies him the opportunity, and you could see the abundance of information for Revenant XSpark. There was a point where Antidote really pushed in through B mains, and he completely knew they were all hunkered down around A, and all it took was that mechanical prowess which came in by the players holding on. The heaven area, Raw Fuel brilliance, followed up by Aziz. Of course, Venka did whip that shot, but still did not change a thing. And this is where EXE, it feels like they're running out of ideas. They need to be a little extra creative if they want to get their momentum back. 3-man setup at B, at mid.
But generally speaking, the only reason why there are so many 3 players, or there are so many players available towards mid, is mainly to quickly rotate towards the side the moment they get any sort of call. But this time around, they're making the push quite deep. Venka's gonna find line of sight on the man towards the sewers, and Aziz! He's able to find a quick 2-piece. The entire mid take that EXE wanted to execute, it's now down the drain, and once again, they're down to just the one last glimmer of hope in the name of Garung, and even his position gets tracked.
Yeah, this is where they're starting to control the tempo of this game. Revenant XSpark finally understanding, reading the minds of the players of EXE, knowing what they're up to. Again, two-piece aggressive play on mid, and that gave them that result. And then Anti's follow-up on the B, where he knew the players were trying to come in for the paw. And this is it, right? Venka did get that one kill, but if Aziz had not followed up, this could have gone down in worse proportions for RNTX. Could have maybe even costed them the round. But yeah, this is what teamwork is all about. And Revenant XSpark finally got their footing back into this game. And now, when you even look, Aziz has shifted down to A, and he's holding off onto the side along with Raw Fuel as the paw does come in. Seems like Revenant XSpark very well prepared.
It's all about the momentum, and Revenant XSpark, they've already found it. But unless if they keep on losing duels like that, then that's going to be costing them the round as well. EXE, they've got some different plans, but they're also getting spotted. They know exactly what's going on. Revenant XSpark, they are on the verge of reading the players of EXE like a book. DotExe's position was noticed, but DotExe was able to win the crucial duel. Aziz once again falls back all the way towards the site. He's got the paint shields ready, and Venka is funneling them up and towards heaven. Aziz was able to find the first man towards the site itself, but unfortunately gets taken down. And now the site's going to be in the hands of EXE. Revenant XSpark. Venka waiting for someone to make any sort of mistakes. Over peak and corner. Luckily enough for Revenant XSpark, the spike's still not gone down, and Venka with this peak is going to find the most success. DotExe, the only man left alive in a 1-on-2 situation for EXE. Can he make it happen? And DotExe, what a quick flick that was to the skull. And he isolates the duel on the second player as well, as he shuts him down and gets the round.
Beautiful clutch comes in from DotExe's side. Was much needed for EXE, especially in such a dire situation as such, where eventually start the round and they lost out on a couple of players. It was such a tough recovery, especially when Venka was really feeling himself, and DotExe just ensuring the spree fires were correct, hit the cracks, and got through the players of RNTX. Just like that, EXE still in this. 5-5 the scoreline, and Venka, he wants to make an aggressive play and succeeds. Gets away with murder.
And Aziz on the back of that instantly gets a 4K. And a flawless round on instantly by Revenant XSpark. What a way to redeem yourself after such a massive setback in that previous round.
It has to be the fastest round
of
Omen VCSA split 2. Ended in the blink of an eye, and EXE completely distraught, lost. We're really not expecting this. Especially, this is what I love about Revenant XSpark. Even when they are back against the wall, they still come back pounding hard. And EXE caught with their pants down, and this time they've decided maybe it's round B.
Oh no. Once again, Antidote wanted to go real aggressive and up close and personal. Rolling Thunder catching him off guard. Antidote gets picked off, the man advantage in the hands. But Georgie overcommits towards that angle. The moment he found the first one, he should have just backed away. And Revenant XSpark giving dry peaks for no reason. EXE screwing up the entire placement of Revenant XSpark. Yes, in the previous round, Aziz was able to get a 4K just by being extremely good when it comes to the mechanical skills, but not every time you can pull off plays like those. And at this point in time, Revenant XSpark, they themselves know converting this round is going to be extremely tough, so you might as well just go for a save, unless someone comes through with a heroic play.
I mean, at this point, they're pretty much going to put everything on the line. This last round for the swap, and EXE, they've got everything going on. And yeah, this was coming, but still Aziz really anticipate such a beautiful play coming in from his side. A two-piece, and now suddenly Revenant XSpark find themselves in. DotExe again making those hero plays, and Aziz Oh my god, holy moly, what was that,
10 seconds
Necro?
left.
Yeah, this game's now become a game of momentum straight up. And Aziz! He gets the final man down as well. What am I watching? This is absolute cinema. First half closed off. Pretty close. But Revenant XSpark, specifically Aziz, this man has been making some instrumental plays. This man is having too much impact on Split. And XOGG, they just need to find a cure to this problem named Aziz.
Yeah, he certainly is one demon they have to deal with. And if you want to be somebody like Aziz, you need the right equipment. You need that the best laptop you can find, and Omen Max 16 provides you with the same. Do scan the QR code, and you will know more. A lot of offers going on, a lot of cashback, a lot of discounts, and of course, very good headphone also available. But now, back to business. You've got EXE on the defensive side. Revenant XSpark on the prowl, and Rafuel has taken quite some chunky hit, and Rostel, I like this. Especially having your backs against the wall and still being the one proactive, trying to cut off on the numbers, trying to take out the lurk. Benka still goes pushing in, the pour has come in, Antidote will be following up as the numbers keep on dwindling down with Rostel, just one player alive. And Georgie, he also has his moment.
Spike planted.
Yeah, so quick on that trigger. Insane reactions. Aziz is now pushing up way too deep. The man does have a lot of confidence, but Roster is still able to diff him. Pin chills out to try and clear the corners up close and personal. But what am I watching? Antidote saw his death approach him with his own eyes, and Roster's on the verge of pulling off this clutch. One more man to go, 28 HP in hands. He's got the ghost as well to work with, and even that spam's gonna load the player in the front. Roster sees the man as he clutches, and he aces it as well in the end. XOGG, what am I watching? This game, it's boggling my mind in all the different levels.
It's baffling, but I love this. Especially what Roster just pulled off over there. EXE needed a hero, and he has taken over. Wearing that cape, and suddenly RNTX, they need to be a little bit more concerned. Losing those aim duels and giving him that space. Of course, it all started with Rafuel getting picked off, but then RNTX, an instant flood in onto the side, and we felt it was over. Courtesy to Georgie getting the 2K, until Roster's individual brilliance just takes over. The first ace of Omen VCSA Split 2 goes to Roster. Take a bow, young man.
Solid stuff. And who would have thought this would have actually came through? It was all the mistake of Revenant XSpark, boys, straight up. Giving those individual duels like that. The man did not even need to work hard to isolate those duels, because they were just raw peeking him over and over again, and Roster was able to win every single duel he was taking. And without breaking any sort of sweat, Roster just comes out on top and aces it as well in the end. Just the cherry on top of the cake you need.
Yeah, and I think that is going to fuel the ambition of Gorang and Marsai, especially with Gorang. Did have a decent game, at least in the previous one. Was getting a couple of shots, was instrumental in those 2-3 rounds that they could accomplish, but I think at this point it's about Doxer and Roster starting to feel themselves. Doxer, he has been somehow handling all those things, but now with Roster and especially your duelist starting to get in momentum, I think this is really going to help EXE. This is where they really need to start hammering down. But for RNTX, the big question, they've been their own enemies. Those dry peaks, those hasty plays, they've been hurtful. But are they going to get back into normal minds once again? That's the big ask at this point. This round, of course, you do not have a lot of economy, but we're going to talk more about that after this short little break.
sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Set up my son for the rain though. And I won't cut my life. Running fist fire, scared no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I promise, so if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the envy, all fill up in the air. I be hitting minute more when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy, so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, cause you bone on the stair. Renegade, let's go. Adding more blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with a 03 kit. Room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Good.
Welcome back after that short break. Hopefully all the technical issues have been sorted, and now all the players are going to be on the equal grounds. And this is where things get spiced up even more. XOGG is giving quite a tough competition to Revenant XSpark. So far on the map is split, but we all know for Revenant XSpark, all it comes down to is that one single flip of the switch, and they can instantly start getting those rounds in their hands.
We've seen a lot of upsets, and in the split one, hoping so we get an early upset. And this goes to the third map, EXE. They will have to dig in a little bit more, but looking at the setup this time, from their side, they've got Viper, that mid area, whilst RNDX, eager, exploring mid.
Snake bite, that's going to do a decent amount of damage, making sure the players cannot really cross over. XOGG, at this point in time, they are just going to try to play it as passive as possible. Or at least try and play it as defensive as possible. Wait for the players to funnel in, and the moment that happens, Revenant XSpark, they start winning the duel. Just with pistols, they're still able to win and do a lot of damage. XOGG, though, you cannot count them out just yet. They've got the weaponry advantage, so default, they should be the one to win this. And at this point in time, XOGG, that was an important pick right there, but Aziz slides him up both, and he shuts him down. Revenant XSpark once again on the verge of winning this eco round, just like the way they did in the previous one, but Aziz, he's only got 1 HP. Vent gun antidote, they need to go massive.
Doesn't really matter. Still an outlaw, and all it takes is one shot. But look at that spike being planted. Antidote being sneaky, goes through that A side. And you already have Venka guarding the back lines. Now it's going to be really tough, especially for Markai and DotExe. He'd have his moments, but now they will really have to put the pedal to the metal and get through.
If XOGG ends up winning this round, it's going to be massive. But if Revenant XSpark wins this, this might just conclude the series. So XOGG needs this round desperately. The fate relies on this one. Perfect. Even the smokes are out towards the side. DotExe, beautiful pick on towards Venka. Aziz is taken down to just 1 HP, so he does not really have a lot of fighting chance, but he does not need a fight. The pain shell's going to do the damage, and Aziz gets a nice 4K in the end.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Aziz. Just when Rosters was starting to feel himself, Aziz gets a raised diff there. And just like that, RNDX back into the competition. And it all came from a thrifty. Now look at EXE setup. Heavily stacked around that B side. Of course, they know scarcity in terms of their creds. They might want to be a little pushy this time. And it is going to be an absolute brawl fest on mid.
As I mentioned, all it takes is one flip of the switch, and instantly Revenant XSpark can start to dominate through. And what am I watching? XOGG this time taking the aggression against the players of Revenant XSpark. Not really giving them enough time to think. And Revenant XSpark getting caught off guard with that push from XOGG. It's also going to give them the man advantage that was desperately needed. And they instantly back away towards the A site. Heavy presence available. And Rawfield might just end up making a mistake if he does approach the site right now. DotExe, after getting his hands on that Bulldog, or on that Stinger, my bad, he does want to do a bit more of that damage, but Rawfield is stopping every single player in tracks, but that showstopper, it's still going to find the equalizer. A 3v2 in the makings. XOGG unfortunately having the man disadvantage in this scenario, but Roster gets shut down. Markai, the only player standing for XOGG. And he's only got a Sheriff to work with. Unfortunately for
30
Markai,
seconds
there's
left.
no weapon retrievable right now. He needs to work with the Sheriff itself, unless if he's able to find the pick on Venka, then that can go huge! And that's what exactly happens. A Vandal in hand and also a fighting chance, but Antidote, he's got the off angle and will punish Markai.
Yeah, the idea from EXE was quite good. Initially came in, got that mid pick off, but of course, unfortunately could not get the weapon. And that is where Revenant XSpark made those quick adjustments, slowed down the pace a little bit, played on their tempo, and they knew that getting overeager, EXE in search of those kills, eventually dug their own graves. And towards the end, of course, you could see those nice util pieces from Georgie's side, enough to secure Revenant XSpark the round, made it easy for Antidote, and now this is going to be quite important, an instrumental one at that, as Revenant XSpark venture through mid once again.
Full buys on both the sides, and Revenant XSpark this time taking it real up close and personal and quite quick. They've already found a B heaven control. It's insane. Revenant XSpark were so quick to establish that control, and XOGG has no clue that the B heaven's already taken away, but even Antidote gets caught. The man advantage in the hands of XOGG, that's going to go huge in the future. Antidote, the only controller for Revenant XSpark not in the game anymore, so the post plan's going to be even tougher to convert.
Go ahead.
Revenant XSpark now needs to work off with anything they've got available, but unfortunately for the players of XOGG, they're starting to lose those duels, and Georgie gets a nice 3K. The man is keeping his team alive, but Gorong, the only man left alive for XOGG, all the dreams and hopes on this man's shoulder. And they're starting to feel pretty heavy. Profil with this big lurk is able to shut down Gorong in the end.
Yeah, talk about a literal Armageddon striking for EXE. Absolutely dismantled. Credit goes to Georgie for that one. Well timed, especially when the concerns were high. Antidote not being present in that close plan situation just made up for his absence. And now RNTX, they're back in their grooves. They feel themselves, and EXE again down to tatters. The economy just mainly playing on charged stingers and those upgraded pistols. Nothing really favoring them. As a three-man stack on A, can be quite patient.
Indeed. Revenant XSpark once again starting to fall prey. Roster.
The ultimate is ready.
Incredible shot. Once again, the man advantage in the hands of XOGG. We have been seeing the same script repeat itself over and over again, but Aziz this time around, he creates a lot of space towards the B side, utilizing the showstopper. He's forced every single defender away from the site. And since they've also got the site control, that's going to go huge. Spike goes down, Revenant XSpark. Now the odds are starting to stack with the players. And Aziz's position is still left unchecked. And he's probably going to try to line him up one after one. Aziz is able to find a quick two-piece, but unfortunately gets detected in the end. As Markai's going to put an end to his story. But a 2-on-1, and Markai is on the verge of actually making it happen as well. The Sheriff is starting to click pretty huge. 2 bullets in the magazine, and he's still going to go for that peek. It's insane. Markai is not scared of the opponent at all. He wants to at least make it to halfway, but no, instead he's sticking the defuse completely, and he actually clutches it. What am I watching? There's no way in hell that just happened.
Oh my god, this young lad, Markai, steps up big time. As the saying goes, pros don't fake. Just taking on to his dear life. It came down to mere seconds, realized it's gonna take a while, and I was kind of surprised that Rawfield wasn't really taking shots. And as a result of which, this costed Revenant XSpark a round. Kudos to Markai. Beautiful presence, and just with that, a Twifty coming in for EXE. Again, scales changing, and now, oh, look at this roster. Beautiful set play.
Every single time Revenant XSpark, there is that one player who gets isolated. Usually it's Venka, this time it's Antidote. And you know what blows? Now Revenant XSpark does not even have the controller available to go for the side take, but still, somehow Venka is able to find that opener. But Trist is able to reply back with a pick of his own as he shuts down the player. But at the end of the day, still Revenant XSpark, for them to take this round away seems impossible since Venka was the only man left alive. That burst of action really did not pan out well for the players of Revenant XSpark.
Yeah, good pocket strat coming out from EXE roster. This is something Revenant XSpark did not anticipate to be using to dash in right on their faces and get that early kill and just tip the players off a little for Revenant XSpark. As now, you can see the cred deficit clearly visible, and now EXE maybe could be eyeing out for a 9th round. Couple of ultimates available. Venka does have his dimensional drift. So let's see what he can make out of that one, as this time roster.
Yeah. The strat's simple. EXE is always pushing out through one end. Either it's A main, either it's B main, or mid. And this time they went for that mid take. Luckily enough for Revenant XSpark, no one was caught with that aggression. And they've already found the site control as well. We have seen a clear pattern. When it feels like Revenant XSpark's economy is broken, that's when they strike back. And once again, their economy is on the verge of being broken as well, but Venka should not overcommit. Spots out the man in the front and instantly cuts off his head, and Revenant XSpark, they line up the bodies of EXE. Markai and Tris, the last two men standing. They've got a lot to live up to at this moment. Georgie wants to exceed the limits and push all the way deep towards screens, but that push is not going to come through since EXE is going to call it for a save.
I think that's the best idea. Yeah, Tris, couple of exit
What am I
frags
watching?
maybe, and yeah, I mean, the round is pretty much done and dusted, right? This would be hurtful for Revenant XSpark in terms of their economy, which is already dwindling, but still,
yeah,
a round earned, and the next one's going to be interesting to see the buys coming in from RNTX. Yeah, those light armors pretty much visible, but one good thing is they still hold on to the two ultimates they have. Gate Crash on Yoru, you've got your Neural Theft. On the other side, the roster, it's going to be interesting. He's got his ult available. It's going to be interesting if we can see some flashy play from his side.
Revenant XSpark's economy is now going to stay humble. They could have built it, only if those kills did not come through. And once again, EXE try to pull off that same strategy. They try to push through main. That push did not really come through, and Venka and Rafuel working in tandem. They get those 2 picks, and instantly the entirety of that A site falls into the place. Even that Neural Theft is going to give away a lot of intel. And EXE, they need to respect the opponents at this point. Even Goran cut off, and now the players are just lining up. Revenant XSpark, with Daduan breaking his sweat, just converting this round with ease. Markai does hear the footsteps approach him, but I'm pretty sure he thought he was a clone.
Yeah.
That's why he did not pull out the gun. But Markai gets surprised by that wicked move from Venka.
Yeah, this is sublime stuff from Revenant XSpark, and this has caused a huge dent because this is just not a map point, it's also a match point. And look at the economy of EXE. Absolutely shredded apart, and now they have to rely on the showstopper, and you've of course got the Rolling Thunder. Barring that, I think they just have to force buy-in this one. When you look at Revenant XSpark, they still are holding on to the Gate Crash, Dimensional Drift, and you also got the Armageddon ready. So post plants pretty much secured. Even an entry onto the side for Revenant XSpark looking really good.
Just tactical timeout, just to discuss what exactly EXE can do. This can potentially be the last round of the series as well. So EXE now needs to bring everything they've got on the board. Just put it out there. They're not doing too bad when it comes to the economical side of things. They're definitely doing decent. You might as well just try to go for full buys, but looking at roster's buy, he's going to be relying quite a bit on that showstopper. At least try and counter that side take once. he's going to try to go real aggressive, but unfortunately, Venka just teleports away, so that Showstopper's now down the trade. And even the man gets traded off. Oh no, for Roster, this was an absolute prank being played on the man.
Debated.
Yeah. A 4 and 5 to kick things off for EXE. This cannot be any worse. And also Venka is just able to connect so much valuable intel. Gorong was able to shut down Raw Fuel towards that A take, and he's also able to get the second pick as well. Even Georgie is taken away with that. Unfortunately, even the Rolling Thunder does not come into fruition. And Revenant XSpark, what a quick way to close things off, and the map is split. Specifically that last round. But you got to give it to the players of EXE. They gave quite a tough fight in the second map.
Look at Georgie. So stoked about this win. He's got his mouth open. Can't believe how they might have pulled that one off. But yes, jokes aside, I think that was such a great read from Revenant XSpark, knowing that when they have that economical deficit, of course, they're going to be relying on Roster to go for that showstopper early on, and hence that bait comes through. I think it was just Revenant XSpark being steps ahead of what EXE were planning, and then you could see, right? Even Venka on that dimensional drift, the timing was so pristine. Of course, there was a moment with the Stinger, they got a couple of kills, the spike did fall down, but did not really matter as long as they got their shots right.
The crazy part is they had 2 game-winning ults. One was Showstopper and the second was Rolling Thunder. And both of them got no value because the Rolling Thunder just never came through. The moment the Breach was able to pull out his ult, he instantly got shut down towards heaven. So it's just unfortunate. Even after having those 2 game-winning ults, not a lot of value gotten out of those. Pretty much next to none. So yeah, for EXE, they were relying heavily on those ults, but it's unfortunate that the last round was not taken away by them. But at the end of the day, EXE definitely did show quite a lot of improvement, specifically on the map split. They were doing insanely good, and they gave quite a tough fight to the players of Revenant XSpark. And this is also going to be a learning for Revenant XSpark, that never underestimate your opponents, because for a moment it felt like they were taking everything for granted.
Yeah, I mean, the takeaway from this particular map was that EXE put their hearts into it. You know, they did whatever they could, and possibly you could see that inexperience really coming into play. But barring that, I think still a nice matchup for Revenant XSpark. We had our doubts, but no doubt about the MVP. Has to be Aziz. 31. This is absurd.
408 ACS. That is absolutely insane. Aziz just fragging out absolute demon in that game. With the headshot percentage of 28.2, Aziz, an absolute monster, just the way he was even in the past. And once again, continuing that same form, the same string. Let's move on towards the team stats. This time around, even EXE will have decent amount of stats, since the previous game was taken quite up close and personal. But just Revenant XSpark having better stats, of course.
Yeah, I mean, for EXE, it was all about Roster just getting into form towards the latter phases of the game. But eventually we could see, right? I think Makai was struggling, even Gorang was struggling. And that kind of really pushed them off a little bit. But still, you know, EXE being able to squeeze in 8 rounds, and few were some brilliant plays, especially also that ace coming in for Makai with that Sheriff out there. But when you look about around the player performance, I think both the Rays performed exceptionally well. You did have Venka along with you, the second duelist, really playing in. And Trist did have a very good start, Necro, into this game, at least for EXE, but sooner or later, he kind of fell off.
Yeah, he indeed did. Even Gorang, at this moment it felt like Gorang was just really crumbling under that pressure. We did see one of the clutch moments where Gorang was put in a 1-on-2 against the foes, and Gorang's crosshair, it was just shaky because the man just had too much pressure upon himself. Those jitters really did start to set in, and that was one of the main reasons why we do not really see Gorang at the top of his game. But it's completely fine though. In my opinion, EXE was able to adapt pretty quickly. They did show a lot of improvements. I've got big hopes moving in towards the lower brackets.
Now at this point, I'm still trying to get my head wrapping around the fact that aren't EX even try-harding in this one. Because second game, yeah, they might be pushed down a little bit, but still they kind of came back, and they were really back strong. But again, Aziz getting the match MVP, 48 kills out of the 2 games, just goes on to show how phenomenal He's been as an individual, those team plays, those solos executes, and there have been so many rounds where RNTX might have lost their footing, but he got them back right into it.
Yeah, just 2 kills away from getting that 50 with the ACS of 349 as well. Aziza was, of course, a monster. In general, the entirety of Revenant XSpark had their own glorious moment. Let's not forget even Georgie. A few rounds, Georgie was the man who was able to pull those rounds back from the death grip itself. And in general, a lot of the rounds went real close. For a moment, we thought that XOGG can snatch it away, but then Revenant XSpark comes through and they take it away. For a moment, we think Revenant XSpark can win, but then XOGG comes through with a miraculous play and then they snatch it away.
I think it was around the second half where Revenant XSpark just got the 11th round, Necro. That is where the game changed, because the economy was completely shuttered and they really had no options. And that is the moment where they knew, right, that they're going to be putting out the showstopper. They were prepared for everything, and this is where I think RNTX won that mental game. Of course, mechanically, they were just better. But yeah, this one was a 2-mapper. 2-0 victory for RNTX as they move ahead, but the next one, it is looking quite juicy.
Yeah, it's going to be EXE Esports versus SNTUL. And SNTUL is one of those teams, still a lot of people are having too many question marks in their heads. What do you expect from this team? Are they going to play just like the way they did in Split 1, where they were not able to open things off that well, but then in the closing moments they were doing really good? And specifically facing off against a team like .exe, in my opinion, SNTUL, they need to bring out their A game off the rip. If they're not able to do so, they will definitely struggle in the upcoming series. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. The second series of the day will be on the way.
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
sunrise, looming afterlife, daylight, dawn comes as a surprise. I am so hot, I see heaven's light. Through the chaos, you're still on my mind. When the sky falls down, we'll make it out together. When the world ends here, we'll disappear forever. When the sky I
Welcome back, folks. After this short little break, you are watching OMEN VCSA Split 2. Of course, it is day number 2. It's raining outside, but yes, temperatures will be soaring high because this matchup is going to be quite exhilarating. I'm talking about .exe taking on the likes of SA2L, and a lot has changed after Split 1. So for that, of course, to break it down, it's going to be Scared along with me. So what are we looking at for this BO3?
Man, oh man. First of all, the name of the org has eventually changed. It was
Rebrand.
.exe. Yeah, we're going to rewind it all the way back. .exe was formerly known as OG as well. You've got the same core lineup apart from, including a couple of players, barring a few of them. And one of those players is Hoax, who is right now a part of the lineup of S8UL. And the fun fact, they had Disease previously for Split 1. But yes, again, this time things have been changing a little bit. King Kappa has been kept, Techno, Miz, along with Helef and Hoax. Man, the brains on this team, I think so, it's reeking of intelligence.
Oh, it certainly is, especially with the addition of Hoax, who's taken on the IGL role for this team. So which clearly means that Helef is going to get that little bit of a leeway, adding on that little depth and extra mind if required in dire situation. But this is it. For .exe, you've got that core RVK, Kohli being present, and then DC, Machiavelli and 21. What do we make out of this? Because this is where we've seen RVK from quite some time. And personally speaking, I've been a big fan of this player. Yep. Now, as an IGL, this is where he truly gets tested.
I absolutely agree, along with Kohli, DC, Machiavelli as well, because I remember Kohli only played one map all the way back in Split 1, and that too because Venka was probably having his exam, so he had to run back home, and by that time, Kohli had to fill up his shoes, and to be very honest, you know, everyone was kind of expecting him to maybe not perform, because, you know, there are always those jitters as well, you're sometimes rough around the edges, but Kohli was on point. So now, normally we would see him all the way back from the Grey Fox Esports era, where he would play with Hoax and Venka as well. Now being separated from them and being a part of this entirely new team, I think so it's going to be pretty important to see how well he gels up with the team, but so is the case with Hoax when he moves on with SA2L.
And given the fact that Hoax has been leading these players, surely would know the minds and how they're going to respond in these maps, especially Lotus, Icebox, and Split.
Yep.
And this is where it's going to be interesting. .exe opting for Lotus, where you've got SA2L picking up attacking. And fair enough. I mean, Lotus being an attacking-sided map. Second up, we've got Icebox being picked up. And third, of course, if it goes to a decider, which of which there's a very high possibility, Scared, I feel like we can get to see Split.
I was always saying that this series has got the potential to go for that 3-mapper, to be very honest, and considering the fact that we've got both Lotus and Split, I was kind of anticipating Haven as well into the mix, because both of these teams, they showed all the way back in Split 1 how much they love to play on Haven, and we saw right back when it was OG up against SA2L. The scoreline was 2-0 in favor of OG, but it was still a pretty close matchup on the map of Split 2. The first one, 13-11 or 13-10 something. But right now, it's going to be the map of Lotus. Both LF Hoax, they like to call on this one. It's going to be Hoax with the battle right now. But for .exe, Markavelli is known to have the best Yoru in South Asia.
You know, what's kind of surprising me is that we do not have any Teho. There's a breeze there. But Hoax opting for a Fade, so it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to work this one out. But what's your takeaway?
And fun fact on that lineup is that they don't really have any Sentinel, right?
Yeah.
So they won't have any passive control of any part of the map with either Trapfires, maybe the Shears, or even the alarm bots of Killjoy. So it's going to become even more crucial for SA2L for someone to play anti-lurk. And that basically means your sight holes are going to be just that much weak. Thank you so much that we've got a technical pause right now, because I wanted to discuss about the lineup that .exe is also bringing with the Fade and Breach, or rather the Fade as the solo initiator for the team. Now that is also interesting, because normally this is the same composition that Fnatic would run, barring a couple of picks in this one, because they'd run double smokes with a Viper and an Omen, just to play for those lurk plays. And technically that could have been a big counter for SA2L right now, but that does not seem to be the case. Seems like they want to burst through those sites and those smokes.
And this is where, when you talk about two duelists being there on the sides of .exe,
Yep.
and not even having a single Sentinel, I think that's the biggest challenge, especially when SA2L goes on the defensive side. So it's going to be interesting. But in South Asian Valorant, we've seen it's more about the aim game. And let's see if W Gaming prevails, or are we going to see some mastermind acts in play, some tactical breakdowns being done. But that being said, folks, we are all set. SA2L on the attacking side. Whilst taking a quick look at .exe, they've got a heavy setup around the B area. Seems like they're pounding for a push.
Absolutely. .exe right now, they want to take down the fight all the way from that B main. But on the other side, SA2L looking to move all the way towards the mount, taking that early control. No fight towards Rebel, that's interesting. But mid is where aggression will prevail.
Oh, and King Kappa does get that opener, but like discussed, right? Making it work somehow. Trinity, he will find the tread. Miss, stuck a little bit around those vines as DC. He's already prepared. Techno getting caught off guard, and .exe pull off a nice entry, clear the site up. Almost will try to delay that plant. And SA2L clearly out of options. LF and Hoax. Hoax just good for one, and now everything rests on LF, who eventually succumbs.
Phenomenal paint shells, I'll have to say, from Trinity. Threw it all the way down just to make sure that the Omen is going to be pushed a bit more far forward, forced to take the fight. An unfortunate duel, 75-25 is what Spartans would call it. And it's not in your favor. Techno unfortunate in that case. Hoax and King Kappa, the only people who actually found some success out there. But again, not testing out the setup of a Wise, that's the big problem, because the amount of time those Thorns can buy is just enough for the teams to rotate. And the fun fact about this Sentinel and why Wise is the most used, we'll come back in a while though.
Oh, Markavelli. I think those shots, but a lot of information for .exe.
Yep.
As SA2L, having that scarcity of resources, do not have the best of loadouts. Vines baited over there, taking their own sweet time.
Yep.
And for DC, it's going to take an absolute disaster for him to fall down like that. as the fault line's being laid out. Miz goes in for that entry, finds that first pick, but Machiavelli quick on that trade-off. As now Machiavelli trying to capitalize. Maybe get one more. As .exe trying to go put SA2L at bay, but Helef will get that quick plant.
Indeed, now it's going to go down to the retake. Good position, classic right click is going to be crucial, and the pop flash is ready by Machiavelli.
Ooh, that's beautiful stuff. That is absolutely phenomenal. .exe being so well prepared, and only the saving grace for SA2L will be the fact few extra creds from that spike plant.
A lovely pop flash. They were just ready. They knew the positions and they combined it with the paranoia of Kohli as well. So both the players who were playing up close on towards that left were basically forced to run all the way towards the waterfall, and again could not really make that cross on that time. Lovely combination of utilities. Clearly now .exe are showcasing that they are ready for this fight. I remember Hooks constantly saying throughout split 1 that they were not able to practice at all, just a couple of hours of practice. So this entire core that has been kept, DC, Machiavelli, RVK, along with Kohli and with the addition of Trinity, seems like they are the ones who are not shying away from that homework whatsoever. Again, want to force Rubble this time.
Yeah, finally we get to see that A brawl. And you could see hordes of utilities already deployed.
A bully.
And SA2L starting to get a little bit restless, trying to get that trouble control. And now they will be scaling up. Of course, they do have Machiavelli present around here. He's got his outlaw locked and loaded. Just waiting for that smoke to dissipate.
3 half teams.
Oh, look at this. They're venturing deep towards that link area. Possibly even trying to open up avenues for B. But RVK standing atop, relaying all that information. But SA2L, the flood-in has happened. Now almost taking down that A site. But look at that. Trades come in.
Spike planted.
The aftershock doing so much damage just to tip the player off. And now it is a 4-on-4.
It indeed is, but the position of King Kappa is going to be crucial here. Oh, 5 HP, but he can buy the time, and that's going to be crucial for his team.
Yeah, but at the same time, they will have to .exe figure ways to try and get the players down. It seems like it's lost hope. Trinity still fighting tooth and nail as Techno will get one. Only good for that. Gets traded, and it is going to be Hawks who cleans up the pieces.
5 HP on King Kappa, lucky to be alive there. Otherwise, this would have been, to be honest, a phenomenal bonus for .exe. You've already forced down the previous one with 3 half shields for SA2L, and this time around also, you'll not have enough to go for those full buys. A regen shield in the mix along with a half shield as well. King Kappa out there is going to be keeping his weaponry. Techno was a bit more on that struggling end. Normally in split 1, we would see him have some problems on Lotus, but over towards the end, he was able to fix all of that.
It's a different team led by a different player. Yep. Of course, the core still remains intact though, but the approach does change.
True.
Maybe might take a little bit time to adjust.
Draw rotation over towards the C right now by SA2L, but this is the stack side towards C.
Yeah.
A trap play by Kohli on the back of the flash contact that will be by DC.
Staying, DC goes for the swing, and a lot of players splashed out already. .exe capitalizing, but Miz, what was that? Impeccable 3 kills, and suddenly they have opened the site up.
But low HP, 15 and 30.
Oh, looks alarming. Miz, he's got to find one more.
Spike
He's going for
planted.
that wraparound.
It's about time.
Yeah, indeed, and at this point, King Kappa somehow needs to hold on.
We'll catch them.
Not looking really good. RVK
Find you.
hits the haunt and the C's. They know it's a fake and goes for the swing. RVK, he knows the players are completely lit up. And at this point, anything could potentially happen. .exe, they've got their HPs up and running. And King Kappa and Miz, what's going to happen to them? No idea so far.
This is just absolutely crazy. And the situation that we are in right now, mind-boggling indeed. 45 HP combined out there, but .exe, I'll have to say that trap setup was phenomenal. Getting 3, but with the way how Miz answered back on the other side, It is just outworldly, my man.
One enemy remaining.
All right, we do get a replay though of what happened. Machiavelli does succeed in getting that clutch secured. Apologies for the little glitch. We're back into this. .exe getting that third round on the board, and SA2L under a heap of pressure.
Brawl.
Mistake. Flashpoint deployed. Kohli goes out for the swing instantly. Gets the hell away from there. Miz still trying to get through those creeks. Get under the skin. But look at SA2L on that chokehold. Instantly thwarted back. Look at DC. He's getting a little eager. He knows the ball is going to come towards C.
He's just jump peeking to get that information. To be honest, I have to say, .exe avoided the trap out there because it was just a bombardment of the judges, stingers, classic right clicks, up close and personal. So had to use a lot of utilities out there though, but at least they survived. Now they want to re-hit over towards the B by making some presence known towards Mount just to thin the defense on B side, and it has actually worked. But there's still Trinity out here with the showstopper.
Miz. Oh, RBK. Nice pick over there. RBK just making it look so easy. Just by the virtue of that Sheriff, and suddenly SA2L in absolute tatters. So much excitement, so much hype built around Hoax's comeback into the lineup. And suddenly .exe, they look also prepared. RBK living up to his name, making those right shot calls, and everything acting accordingly.
It's going to be a very heavy ult-oriented round this time around though. SA2L really need to make work with all four that they've got right now, including the From the Shadows by Techno. Try and force the fight yet again towards double, but it seemed explosive.
What? That is absurd. Miz did not even have time to pull out his weapon. As a result, trades from both the sides. Trinity also being picked off, but still SA2L vying on that A side. But look at King Kappa, his position also compromised. DC does not know exactly where he's hiding though. Spots a head out, and that's a nice kill. King Kappa opening up B side, of course. RBK present over there, Haunt committed, but Machiavelli trying to go in for the wraparound. He's got his dimensional drift though. King Kappa is caught in a tough situation, but still prevails, playing like a hero. And SA2L needed that hero play. Look at that switch though. Still trying to go around that A side. RBK and Kohli alive.
Very heavy ult invested round right now, and it's all gone down to just the duels. RBK's got the Haunt available along with Kohli, but no paranoia whatsoever, and a Bulldog with a half shield. All he can have is probably timing.
Oh. Hoax. Unwanted. That big. And now, suddenly, this round is doable. All they need is one more. But Kohli is in pursuit.
Helif's got the rolling thunder though, so the back is just gonna unleash that ultimate, but hold on. He just sends it preemptive.
Oh, everything is not looking good. Anything not looking good for SA2L at this point, but Helif is good for one now, down to 1v1. The Kohli barely on 3 HP, but time is going to be their enemy as .exe failed. And of course, Helif being ever so present as SA2L backs the second round.
Very heavy ult-oriented round by .exe, to be honest, with the Nightfall invested into the Dimensional Drift as well. But still, on the back of that rolling thunder, and Hoax as well on his own, they were able to win out this one crucial round. Again, picking that timing off, right? Making sure that they're not going in for any one-dimensional hit, getting that rubble control early on, and then switching it all the way up in towards a B lurk timing. I think so that was pretty impressive. Because if I'm not wrong, it was Helif who actually picked off DC on that Wise.
It was King Kappa.
It was King Kappa, right. Picking out that perfect timing. Getting that individual, forcing out the Nightfall. And yeah, I see what you're doing there, Hooks. I see what you did there.
Yeah, a little buff. Maybe this is what SA12 needed. Little punch of some energy, get their senses back. Yeah,
What is that actually?
maybe our viewers might have a better idea. Yeah, this is something that we've seen weightlifters use in the gym, just to get that added kick, get their heads back. But yeah, just moving on. This round it's going to be interesting. .exe, you could see they're on some force buys, some sheriffs coming out. But SA12 adamant on pulling off another ace play.
Oh, an early opener though by King Kappa. That wasn't anticipated though, but I like the idea of the outlaw investment in this one. Understanding this can be half views on the other side, some scrappy buys. So might as well want to play in for that long range. And again, SA12 playing all the way back. Apart from the rubble control, they haven't aggressed towards any other part of the map, barring King Kappa, who's just got the mount control by picking off Machiavelli. That clearly shows them the anticipation that there might be some aggressive play by SA12 on the other side.
Oh my god, disgusting.
Easy.
Did have that flashpoint, and yeah, DC did not even flinch.
He rules, man.
Yeah, sturdy as a rock over there, but SA12, they will still take on the seaside. Already in control, and yeah, Miz has got a really nice positioning, and quite a hefty investment. Viper's Pit in a round.
I like it because DC Rules has got the Steel Garden.
Ooh, look at this. Techno a little off posy, but does not matter. Still gets two though. Trinity, that trade. And now .exe wondering if they want to commit for the retake. Flashpoints deployed. SA12 very well present on their post plants. Miz might go for a peek any given moment.
One enemy
Coming
remaining.
out. He spots one taken out. And the last player, Kohli, just struggling to survive, but Miz will just chase him down. And SA12, just like that, back into this competition.
Oh my god. They were desperately searching for either a Vandal or Phantom there. Unfortunately, it did not work out, but
Yeah.
I'll have to say good understanding by SA12 now. They knew there's a Steel Garden available on the other side, so if in case by any chance if the numbers are equalized or .exe are in some way ahead in those numbers, they will invest the Steel Garden. And that's why they just, you know, quickly went it for that Viper's Pit play, and understanding the fact that the judge becomes even more crucial in the Viper's Pit, or rather more deadly in the Viper's Pit. They did that perfectly, and right now, Miz has got the Stinger available. Wants to play on his overdrive. The question is, when will they trigger this trap?
Pointers that three players stacked up at the seaside.
Similar to round number 5.
Yeah. And Hoax, he's yet to make some presence. Sure. Look it over there. DC, he goes in for that swing, and Hoax, he delivers as Miz from the sidelines with that overdrive, and just like that, seaside captured by SA12. The plant is inevitable, as
Planted.
from the backlines you just have two surviving members, RVK and Machiavelli, who would rather choose to save their weapons.
My boy Miz was on an intercontinental marathon while the rest of the team was running a 100-meter dash out of the mound. But good anticipation by SA12. They knew that .exe could go for that similar trap setup play. This time they were playing the anti-flash too. So ready with all of their guns right at the perfect crosshair. Finishing all three of them up. Eventually Miz, I wouldn't exactly say wasted his overdrive, because eventually that created some question marks towards the B. And now .exe would have to be worried about those B to C plays as well.
I mean, at this point, .exe, they need to take a timeout. Need to take a little bit of a breather, rethink their approach, and they've been doing good so far. 4 rounds on defensive half. It's fine.
In Lotus, that too.
Yeah.
It's an attacking map.
Exactly. So, .exe, it's all about just taking a deep breath. Maybe trying to understand SA12's play, because if you are going to give 2-3 extra rounds, and then the scales will tip in SA12's favor.
I agree.
And we know how momentum-based South Asian Valorant can be, so
Heavy fight towards Rubble.
yeah, loving that. As Trinity goes a little off position. Techno this time will be fast on the trigger. But Trinity does find that trade. And now out in the open, Helef secures another kill. As SA2L having that numbers advantage. Oh, miss.
Lovely.
RVK, was it really necessary there?
Big question though, in order to equalize the odds. This has dipped them way further for SA2L. And I like this mid-round pause as well from their side, understanding that on the back of this commotion, each side might be stacked up.
Look at King Kappa. Always on that lurk, a constant menace.
Sneaky Viper, you know.
Yeah, and he's just waiting for his teammates to follow up, and that's where they're going to stack up, head towards that B side. They know this round almost in the bag. All they're going to do is get the spike planted. And for .exe, which could have really been a competitive round.
Yep.
Far from that, Kohli position compromise. Already still trying to compete in this one. Maybe need to find a footing. Need to at least take down 2 or 3 before they can think of a defuse. And there you have it, Kohli getting restless. Finds one though. No follow-up from SA2L side. As DC, he also goes in. Oh, nice. Now it is going to be interesting.
Steel Garden. Invested weapon advantage and the smoke as well, and the perfect one. It's going to stick for the defuse as well, as Kohli might want to just try and body block. Gets one. Last 1v1.
Oh, and Hoax saves the day, saves the round for SA2L, which looked rather easy, came down to the wire. And for .exe, so close yet so far. And a tech pause.
It's absolutely fine. Get a bit more time to eventually talk about what commotion went out there. First of all, towards this rubble fight, a big fade eye again by Hoax, revealing both the players. One of them jump peeking through the Viper wall. If I'm not wrong, that was Makavelli. They picked him off as well, and then eventually move forward to trade out the Trinity as well out there. Hoax again crispy with the trigger. And as we mentioned, RVK just wanted to equalize the odds out there. You are bound to make those aggressive plays when you're down in numbers, regardless of the side you are on. So RVK just wanted to do a similar thing. Eventually picked off. Aim diff out there from rubble.
I think both the teams quite in sync, know what they're up to.
I agree.
Yeah, and at this point,
what are they constantly smelling is my question. If someone knows that, please type it in the chat. Maybe we'll go back to it later on and understand what is that. But one thing that I understand is that this outlaw is going to be even more valuable in this round yet again. Though 1 point away from his showstopper, so they might want to play aggressive, but looking at the position of him, yeah, they're not playing for the orb.
at least not now. So far, it's been a end-to-end battle from both these sides. DotExe still 4 rounds on the board. And now, SA2L.
Alright. Fake aggression from C while the team pushes from B.
That's not gonna pay off. SA2L being so vigilant, punishing them. And .exe instantly just gave away that B site and now really out of options. RVK understands that SA2L have been forcing a lot of fakes. They get a site clear, then they decide to rotate. As a result of which, there hasn't been an invasion on towards B site yet. Prowler deployed. Eagerness showed towards B.
Good re-clear. And here's the thing, this is just SA2L being pretty smart and diligent, understanding that DXC would eventually make a play just on the back of the fact that they were down in weaponries. Players on the back of face side, Kohli, nice first opener.
Yeah, much important one at that, but Maze, look at him, just trying to dash in. Gets smacked right back, Kohli has to survive the aftershock, but King Kappa present over there to shut him down. As RVK now in a kerfuffle, does find one though. This is the cracked sheriff aim that RVK is renowned for. As DC, he will try to inch in to no avail. The IGL taking him down, and SA2L finally The momentum swinging in their favor. 6 rounds, and 5 of which in quick succession.
DC would have really loved the previous round Steel Garden if he would have not used it in round number 9. But the operator being brought in by Machiavelli though this time around. A bit too late though in round number 10 I think, but look at Kim Kappa, he's doing the exact same thing, but he's going to do it towards the A side. Quite sure that they're going to have another weaponry that's a Vandal or a Phantom drop for him, but round play. Lovely shot by Maka.
Much needed, especially if you're .exe and you know that it's going to be a heavy investment in make it or break it. As DC, that's a good kill on Techno, already secured, and SHUL finally start to bleed. Rotation does come though. Look at the men huddled up on the back of C as King Kappa just doing his stuff.
He's crossed. He's got the timing.
Ooh. But Kohli, he's got an inkling that says,
the
shows
shots.
maybe. Oh my god.
He does not see him because of the shots. Turn around. Kohli.
Oh, this really has to suck.
Where are you?
But for SATL, still outnumbered. We'll get the plant though, as the retake comes flooding in. Trinity holding on to that showstopper. The Rolling Thunder there for Helif. So SATL, the only bane right now is their HP, their problem. But quick commitment, and suddenly Trinity, he gets stunned too.
Satchel out.
And at this point, Helif is going to even things around.
Player standing.
But DC is relentless. Timing is of the essence. Machiavelli comes out in the open, tried to maybe force a fake there. But DC will secure that final kill and will also get the defuse. What a mental round was that?
Such a back and forth indeed, and it was absolutely silly. Oh my goodness. King Kappa finding a timing on stairs through Kohli after the snake bite, and then Kohli just not turning around until his teammate got picked off there. That was obnoxious. And even towards the later stages, like, I'll have to say Helif did a fantastic job with the Rolling Thunder, and then following it up by shutting down Trinity's showstopper as well. It just came down to those last 2 duels, Machiavelli dealing enough damage with the Classic 2.
Down to the final round.
Yeah, low down the HP now. Again, operator still up for grabs, and seems to be another fast trouble take.
Yeah, and Miz, he has to be the one triggering the apocalypse over here. Well set up are the players of .exe. Doors broken. RBK knows that there's a lot of movements happening around the rubble area. He's got in that seize. It's Machiavelli trying to reposition himself. SATL still relentless. Would want to explore A, but eventually decide to venture into B. Trinity and RBK in tandem quickly thwart this threat. And suddenly a Nightfall, giving away more information for the players of .exe to walk around with. And at this point, Machiavelli and his operator already well set. The swing comes through. 2-man peak, still survives. As SATL, 3 men strong at this point. Against 5 players of .exe, not really looking that great in the situation. Hoax brought down too low. King Kappa again on the lurk, gets punished. One after the other, the limbs being cut off from SATL. As now Trinity gets the swing, gets the kill, and RBK will get the deed done as they will equalize numbers 6-6.
What a phenomenal discipline by .exe. Normally you'd, want to venture out, want to see where the players are, specifically in a situation where there are 3 players and one of them is unknown. But I have to say the due diligence by DC, constantly holding the waterfall angle, making sure that King Kappa has got no way to escape. That was pivotal. And then came the Nightfall by RBK along with the Fade Eye, making sure that both the players caught in the connector, again, not just caught between a rock and a hard place. Rock being the Trinity and the hard place being Machiavelli's operator.
But now this is where it gets challenging for SATL. Because when you look at the agents from .exe, they've got quite some explosiveness, especially trying to enter into the site.
Yep.
And at this point, Techno, he has to show up. Needs to show the world why we love him as a player. As Machiavelli chill a little bit. This Miz wanted that early pick off. Failed to do so, but does have a lot of information. Could be a seed.
This also has been struggling a lot in this entire game. Was being constantly picked off as the first pick throughout the previous half. Right now, SATUL getting a bit more eager, trying to clear out the pillars through the B. DXE though, cavalry divided between 3 and 2. Rubble and mount control, but mid again open.
And this is where it's going to be interesting to see if King Kappa maybe can find RVK, because he's holding on to that spike.
RVK will not check him.
Yeah, and that's not going to look good. Oh my goodness.
Spike down.
Disaster for .exe. Have lost spike. And at this point, oh my god, DC still does manage to redeem himself a little bit there. King Kappa around the smoke, will go for the swing and will get that kill.
30 seconds left.
It's been so beautiful on that Viper so far. Now the flash comes out. Trinity also gets
Spike
picked off.
down A.
SATUL complete control. And .exe left with just DC and Machiavelli,
player standing.
who are not healthy at this point.
Beautiful timing, 11 more seconds now.
10 seconds left.
Less than the HP of DC out there, which was just 15. And on the back of it, SATUL getting a perfect round out there, again creating those question marks. They inserted King Kappa after pushing out pillars, and then he just held his ground, picked the timing against RVK. Got the spike down, and it came down to that one important duel between Kohli and King Kappa, where King Kappa prevailed. But there's another thing that's prevailing, and those are the offers on the OMEN laptops. You can save up to 87,000 by getting those OMEN laptops. And fun fact, they're running them on the i7 processors as well. And you can get the phenomenal HyperX headphones that are worth 11,000 and just 499 right now, as King Kappa with a cheap weapon on the floor just catches 3 and 4 with the goals.
That's disgusting, as he will end it with an ace. King Kappa, you beauty. He has been ludicrous. He has been a demon so far, and proving his prowess. So underrated, yet so impactful. Imagine, did not even need a rifle for that. Oh, .exe concerns. Everything about that clutch so good. Snake bite, vulnerable, suddenly boom, boom, boom.
Spike down B.
Lovely stuff.
Turns around, just slaps the players on the other side as well. Now on the back of it, you've got the Viper's Pit, and he quickly swaps onto the Bulldog. Pistol as well as the anti-eco converted easily, and now they're onto their bonus as well. And to be very honest now, on the back of the Viper's Pit, this bonus is looking convertible, because even the rubble is being controlled by SATUL. Oh my goodness. Lucky to be alive out there on 12 HP.
This is very concerning for .exe, especially given that it's their buy. And already DC bot down too low. Look at that angle. X is holding on.
I wonder if there's any smaller pixel angle that he can actually hold.
Just trying to thread the needle there. One shot already missed. It stays. Now, King Kappa again.
Good pick.
Being the key factor there. RVK being around the link area. Not looking good. As this time .exe wanting to find some avenues of entry. Of course, Trinity still putting them into the game.
30 seconds left.
But the spike control not there for .exe. Hoax will get some damage though. Now that Haunt has given his position away just to make things easier. The Prowler, yeah. It's a crossfire almost being set up, and Trinity will act accordingly. And now he's got 10 seconds to work things around. Has to take that fight, but Miz, look at him, bot too low. And now he's not going to be taking that peek. Would he? Oh, there you go. Beautiful stuff from Miz. And what a way to stop that plant and get the round.
The perfect timing out of the Neon. Again, you can catch anyone in the jump peaks except for a Neon. Just because of the movement speed, the go, go, go is insane. And Miz finally stepping up for his team in one of the most crucial rounds, as SATUL convert their bonus. And now they've got a chance of doubling up their lead. I remember saying that Lotus is an attack-centric map. I just forgot the part where we are actually playing in Asia and it does not matter.
At this point, even I was concerned about how SATL is going to be playing on the defense, and these proactive plays, these individual step-ups have been really helping them quite a lot. And now look at Miz. So boys, has this outlaw? All right, that was a fake. But King Kappa, he does not miss. And Miz, he walks away with murder. Will change that weapon, upgrade it to a Vandal. And now SATL know. Heavy flood around that C area. Just around Mount. And now trying to gate crash across Hawks. Trying to gather some information.
Yep.
Knows there's nobody around B. And even look at the A side already pushed in. And now SATL catching the players of DotExe in a pinch as Miz. He has his moments of glory. And there you go. A 4K to seal the round. And SATL, they are clobbering down the players of DotExe.
And the fun fact is this map was a pick of .exe. SATL having more rounds on the defense. Insane. I was about to say that even though .exe have got 6 rounds on defense, I think so that's much more than sufficient considering how comparatively easy it is to attack on this map instead of defending. But SATL were the ones like, yeah, we got 6 rounds on attack. It's absolutely fine. We can just steamroll them while we're on defense. Right now though,
Find you.
to try and avoid that, .exe have got the showstopper available by Trinity, and again, a good horn giving out a bit of information out there. And look at that quick flank.
Yeah, this is what has been working out, right? Those proactive plays from SATL. And look at how deep Miz has ventured along with Techno, just trying to, again, wrap them around. And .exe still having that entry on towards that A side. Trinity does have that showstopper to work things around, especially when we'll be playing on the post plant. And there you go, already committed. Still nothing coming out of it. .exe are in tatters as Techno, he opens up. Trades coming in from Kohli's side, but King Kappa, he's just been so flawless in this map. And now Miz and Techno will double down, and RVK handshaking, and SATL, they're ruling as Kohli, last man left. Position already revealed. And there you go. King Kappa gets the kill, and SATL, I think this literally could be where they might have sealed the game.
I agree. What a lovely retake out there. Giving away the side entirely considering the fact that Trinity has got the showstopper. Though I'll have to say kudos to .exe as they eventually saved it for the post plant. But again, SATL playing that flank heavy, dealing away with a vice share very early on. .exe were forced to make a fast play towards the A side. And SATL just controlled the connector, controlled the spawn. And they also made sure that not even a single player from .exe are gonna run towards the seat to have some more space. I think so that was a big mistake for .exe, which could have basically changed the outcome of the round, as they might have taken the spawn control, maybe planted for the backside, and then try to take some more space away, try to re-wrap around through the connector, maybe outflank the flankers, but none of that happening out there. SATL with their sheer pace were able to quickly take control of that trouble and then move forward as a unit. And to be honest, a couple of unfortunate timings as well for the members of .exe.
I'm kind of wondering, or rather comprehending the fact that why is .exe not slowing down a little bit? Just let the utils pour in, maybe try to make a play. It's always been about SATL just being over aggressive, winning those aim duels, and .exe falling short of numbers. Because look at this round, they do not have a lot of creds. Another force buy,
Exactly.
and that could earn SATL their 12th round, heavily stacked up.
Scraps across the board right now. Oh my goodness. They see. If this beauty gets one out of there, maybe they can convert this round.
I think they need a lot more than that. They need to get those weapons. They need to get the numbers advantage. They need to show some decisiveness. And DC, of course, few shots exchanged. King Kappa has taken a little bit of damage though. Trinity.
Oh my god.
That could have been quite important.
Just missed the timing out there, Trinity. At the back of it though, right now, yes, round is being controlled by .exe, but look at how far Hook's playing on that trouble. So got to re-clear that guy, and that you can eventually think of
No charges.
Oh, a little too hasty on those triggers. As Miz, ever so poised, just take a shot, my man. He's gonna get a kill. Now the smoke dissipates, and he misses. .exe, they were looking for that inch of space, and finally they've gotten it. And now SA2L, oh my god, that was a lovely play coming in from Techno's side as he gets 2 down there. As .exe again on the verge of a collapse. King Kappa, so patient, really not pushing this through as DC. She's good for 1, time is also running out, and RVK.
Oh,
Those sheriff shots are not gonna matter unless he gets the plant, of which the possibility is not there anymore.
yeah, and Techno is just going to run away. The round is going to be lost though. Bit of an eco damage out there done, but economical damage does not matter in a round
7,000
like
creds on
this.
King Kappa.
Exactly. My man is just going to cap out right now. If it was not a 9,000, he would have had 10,100. But that's the fun thing. Again, another round going in for the side of SA2L. Though these sheriff shots clearly showcased us that .exe have got the aim. They're only getting outperformed in that macro gameplay. 4 major ultimates apart from just a showstopper to try and maybe breathe some more life into this lifeless game that is running in the hands of SA2L.
What felt would be a very competitive game. SA2L starting to stomp through .exe, and just to make matters worse, Miz comes with that overdrive. Hoax already prepped up. That Odin spray hurting the dreams of .exe. As Kohli goes down as well, .exe still do manage to get to the A side somehow. We get the plant though. Abundance of ultimates there already. Haunt committed at this point. Machiavelli,
Sees 2.
yeah, he has a lot of information to play around, but needs to get those scales. But Techno,
Why would he expect Techno to come so late around to spawn? That's not even Machiavelli's fault at this point.
One enemy
to hold
remaining.
on as Miz, he goes charging through. King Kappa trying to trigger that defuse, and now they will get it. Not just this round, but this entire map. SA2L absolutely flawless on the second half. A lot might have questioned them in the earlier stages of the game, but now once they got their footing, seemed like never looked behind. An easy game secured. And let's not forget, folks, it was .exe's choice of map pick.
There's one more thing that I wanted to point out, right? And it's the fact that the score of the half was 6-6. The score of the game was 13-6. That's 7 consecutive rounds on defense. You know, you cannot convince me by mentioning that this is the defense-centric map, or the composition was defense-centric. It was just the fact that I'd have to say .exe were not anticipating such a fast play coming in constantly from SA2L. So many quick flanks, and that too not just by 1 or 2 players, but rather heavy flank plays. And I kind of agree with the point that you mentioned a while back, that this should have slowed down the pace. Maybe they should have controlled a bit more map and then move forward.
I mean, at this point, I feel like it was all about King Kappa and his plays. Because early on, we kind of saw SA2L struggling a little bit. And then come those rounds, right? And after which, I think SA2L kind of mentally knew that, nah, they're not going to lose to this. And now you could see those creaks in .exe shot callings also.
I agree.
On attacking side, failing to even get 1 round, and Hoax did have a little bit of a rough start, but eventually he also caught up. And you know, the kind of information that was flowing in for SA2L, and the way they were connecting those shots, I mean, the game just became too easy, and this is where I think King Kappa just peaked, right? An ace off of that ghost does not matter. Yes, could have been that anti-eco, did not have a weapon. All it took was just a pistol, and even Miz. You were mentioning about him struggling a little bit, but once everything was just going in their way, SA2L looked nigh unstoppable.
They were just looking like they were in flow. That's the only thing which you could eventually say. There were individual moments from almost all the players, but King Kappa though, this guy was playing like a king. I know that the stats look fathomable at this point. 21 kills with a 313 ACS and 7 first kills.
Beautiful
On
stuff.
a Viper, 7 first kills is bonkers.
Majority of which came off in the second half itself. we could see, right, anywhere he was anchored around, he was pushing through, purely relying on just confidence, and that did pay off.
Yep.
As we look at how these two teams have performed. SA2L initially a little rough, little out of their comfort zone, but once they got locked and loaded, there was no looking back.
13 first kills right now for SA2L and 13 rounds converted. Same goes for .exe, 6 first kills and 6 rounds converted. On the other side though, if you look at the post plants, right, SA2L got the site 10 times. That means they were constantly getting the plant down. It just came down to those retakes where .exe were able to take the side away from them 4 times. And they also had one clutch through that mix. But after that, OMEN.exe went on attack. SA2L showed them how the actual defense is done.
I mean, for .exe, just barring those earlier rounds where we thought that yes, .exe, they are looking quite solid, and suddenly it felt like the ground just fell apart for them. There was really no cohesiveness around the players, and they were kind of struggling to find any sort of entry on the attacking side. Whilst after having such a good half switch, we kind of expected for DXE to win that pistol and just move on, but it was exactly the opposite. And this is where the factor that comes in has to be RVK, being the IGL, being the shot caller. A lot of fingers would be pointed at him.
I agree with your point, and also I think so, it just came down to the depth of preparation of this map as well. There were a couple of trap plays on the defense too, but only a couple of them rather. And over towards the mount, they only did one thing, right? There are multiple ways to actually get the control of the entire C lobby itself by pushing a few players through B, pushing a few players through mount, but they were lacking. Maybe we're going to see a few things change on Icebox.
That has to change, and that has to change ASAP. All of that, folks, will happen after this short little break.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
we're still wrapping our heads around what just happened in the previous game. Of course, this is game 2 of the evening. It has to be .exe taking on SA2L, where SA2L managed to find victory in a map pick, which was, of course, .exe. So this is where .exe will have to redeem themselves in SA2L's own ground. It is going to be Icebox. Once again, welcome back, folks. You are watching Omen VCSA Split 2, where things are looking quite spicy. As now a lot of creeks, and to break it all down, we've got Scared. So what are we anticipating from Icebox?
I mean, long back when Deathmaker used to play with the lineup of Helef and True Rippers, they were known by the name of True Rippers. That was the time when, you know, I'd have to say Helef liked to call on that map too, but don't really know if Hawks would also enjoy that one. But since they've actually picked that map, I'm kind of anticipating this one to now probably go in that 2-0 fashion, because it just seems right now that there's a lot of people that are now holding hands of each other and trying to move it around left and right for the side of .exe. I think so all they need to do is calm down, think things through a bit, and then trust each other in terms of the communications as well. I think so that's where they're kind of lacking.
You know, there have been a lot of, you know, points where .exe can improve, but, you know, this is a moment where we would kind of go a little off and get into a little bit of a trivia over here. The quiz round, who got the first knife kill in Omen VCSA 2025 Split 1. And this is for all our ardent viewers. The options: Monier, Tricky, Deathmaker, or Antidote. Scan to answer, and no, Scared, you're not allowed to say anything about this.
Why?
Yeah, we have to riddle the audience minds into this.
You know what? I'm just gonna scan the QR code and answer myself. Who's
Yes.
gonna know?
I mean, that's something that you can do even mid-rounds after, you know, our viewers have got the time. So make sure if you have an answer, then scan the QR code and give the answers. And yeah, I think there was a little bit of a hint from Necro's side, or was he just trying to build horns?
It's absolutely fine. He's just trying to pull my leg right now, because I mentioned that this series might go to a third map, but considering the performance of SA2L, this might very well end in a 2-0 as well. You know, I'm still waiting to see that one game in VCSA Split 2 at least. We will go for the third mapper series. Back in Split 1, it was Global Esports Academy, Revenant XSpark, the very first matchup that went all the way, including the OT. But right now, it just seems that there are some teams who are prepared, but there are other teams who are prepared even more, and the improvement is exponential. And I think so that is the case with SA2L right now.
See, you know, to be honest, my tryst with the South Asian Valorant scene has been to expect the unexpected, right? You go on anticipating something, and totally something different happens, and who knows? In Icebox, .exe might redeem themselves. That's up next. Of course, SA2L's pick, Icebox, and for .exe, I think that's the wise choice. Go attacking first, and then they will be holding on to defense. And considering the kind of events that have occurred, I would rather like .exe to be attacking first, and they were looking a little sound on their defensive half.
Now the question comes down to what kind of composition are they going to pick if they are attacking first in this one, right? Because we've seen some of the double duelist compositions as well, double smokes too. Even in the international stage, there was a time when one of the Chinese team picked up a triple smokes composition. And to be honest, strategically it worked. Now, you know, the question falls down, maybe a double initiator with a KO Gecko setup of the undodgeable flash. We'll have to wait and see.
At least it's a good thing when you look at the players smiling. They know they still are in this. You do not see tension inside their room. So that's good. That's good body language from .exe. They know that, yeah, of course, there might be a game down. They might have been thrashed in the previous one, but they can bounce back right in.
Maybe. Can't even see the room of Kohli out there though, but I'm going to trust what you said. Let's quickly have a look at the agents now, what they're going to select. Maybe Tejo's coming into the mix. No, it's actually going to be the Gecko Sova comp for SA2L. Interesting. And .exe, just a little bit of a manipulation in the Ascent vanilla comp, where you normally have an Omen, this time Machiavelli with the Viper. And the fun fact is, Machiavelli is on the Viper. Alright, Trinity on the Jet this time around. It eventually will come down to the ideas of what they really want to do and how they really want to play, but the main thing is how many question marks will DC create in this map. Since it's a single smokes comp, .exe Makaveli will eventually play with the main pack, while DC will try and play for those lurks. Or maybe they just want to switch a few things up and towards those mid rounds, but pistol becomes even more crucial because in the previous one, SA12 were the ones who won the pistols.
Yeah, and SA12 haven't looked behind.
Right here.
There were a few jitters in those early phases of the game, but this is a new map once again. Icebox for .exe. Venturing around a heavy stack up. Of course, got King Kappa. Getting on. Nice angle, he spotted one. Trinity, he gets a little bit of those shots. Taking some damage there, but .exe somehow managed to infiltrate in, will get the plant. But look at the pour coming in from SA12. They've got all their players stacked up. They've got that recon and they will play on that.
Just gonna hold it down right now. The Viper wall goes up. Helef, the recon as well, clearing a few space with the Gecko DC. Not catching anyone though, but the spam, perfect.
Please, as Miz, he's gonna get two. This is all SA12 needed. And now it is down to RVK, Kohli and DC as Hoax. He managed to find one, but DC, Kohli and Kohli is going to finish it off. As .exe, yeah, on the post plant this time, looked much better.
Now you can see the ideas from what .exe are eventually preparing for this map. Go quickly get the plant down, leave a couple of players on side while the rest of the pack will play back. Just to try and buy that time. Shock darts, even the fragment. You've got a couple of nano swarms as well into the mix, including a snake bite if you don't really use it early. I think so they've got a very solid post plant composition. So now SA12 will have to either fasten their retakes and then try to force out the fight, maybe send a few people for the flanks too. It's going to be a lot of brainstorming out there in the next few rounds. But for this one, Bulldog, Vandal, Outlaw into the mix along with the Spectre and the Sheriff. All 5 different weaponries of 5 different categories.
3 players from SA12 already stacked up. And Maze does have that Bucky to play around. A choke angle.
Oh my god.
It's going to be that front line of defense, and Techno just behind Yellow.
Okay.
Now, up that ball and Miss. Beautiful pickup, and now the flash, he gets caught. Still did manage to get that hit though, but Trinity, he's going to be unleashing hell. As now, the last player, Helef, from SA12 side, does not have a better loadout, as Trinity is going to single-handedly finish this round, gets a 4K, and .exe 2 rounds on the board.
Big question mark fixes because you had the recon, you had the owl drone as well. None of the utils being used up close in a round when you know that .exe could eventually stack up the side. They're lucky that a few extra shots were connected by Trinity out there. Otherwise, this was eventually done for. That was such a nasty flash. All the way which actually caught DC.
Yeah.
So there's some big question marks out there, and SA12 are going to capitalize on that. But 3 weapons carried forward from the previous one. Couple of sheriffs into the mix too, and there we go. Flash into the recon. Techno have to just respect that and run back.
Yeah, but look at .exe. Still relentless. Still want to push B. Techno has got his snake bite ready. King Kappa this time around the base side. And, 2 agents that can hold this by themselves. It's got a thin angle to play around with. Spreading the needle, spots out RVK, and Trinity eventually is quicker on the trigger. As .exe moving a little bit deeper, but Techno gets the wraparound. It's nice play coming in from his side. Numbers equalize, Techno suppressed for now.
Yeah, no more orb up right now, but again, he's got the big support out there, and there's no flank whatsoever. Yeah. So SA12, they're buying enough time right now. 40 seconds up on the clock. There's no map space for .exe. They're just going to cut noise and maybe go in for a re-hit towards the B. And that snake bite can delay the plant.
I think that's the idea.
30 seconds left.
Because even when you look at
Revealing
Maze, he did not aggress A. He knows there's a lot of movements.
Hunter's
around B.
Fury for Kohli is up.
Yeah, and they're gonna be playing on that. Still a crucial piece to this puzzle as Machiavelli. 10 seconds remaining, going in for the plant. Techno will find one, but the trades are definitely there. DC somehow comes through with the classic, and now it is a 1-on-3. DC all by his lonesome. this is where SA2L finally find those strings of success and get the first round on the board.
Similar to what happened on the previous map too. Pistol and the anti-eco going for .exe, and then the main buy round for SA2L converted. So slight back and forth in that one, but that was again when SA2L were attacking. So we'll have to see the ideas that they're going to put in, but the main idea is clear. They're going to try and anchor down towards the B side by King Kappa and Techno, and they will play for the plant denial with the nano swarms as well as the snake bite, while the rest of the cavalry will hold down the other parts of the map. You've already got the turret in towards the kitchen. That will mark any kind of push. That will be up to you. And we're going to try and anchor down from mid 2. Explosive A start though, missed though. This time taken down by the spam from RVK. Lovely one indeed.
Yeah, RVK taking matters to his hands. Gets that early opener. .exe just like that. It will be entering inside the side, and Trinity this time does not miss. 2 quick kills. Side secured. Plant is inevitable. Techno, King Kappa, 2 players alive, and now Techno is trying to change things around and indeed has done it.
What a timing.
Equalized the numbers, a 2-on-2 situation. .exe, 2 players still more healthier though.
They're playing post plant. Snakebite and nano swarms available.
Placing swarm grenade. One enemy remaining.
Lloyd, King Kappa
Last
though.
player standing.
Down to a 1v1.
Stuck to half though.
Yes. And he's gonna force it. DC, he has to be quick, he has to be fast, and indeed he is. Cometh the buy, .exe. Yes, they deliver, but it was such a close round.
I'll have to say, you know, the communication which I mentioned is eventually getting back on point right now.
Yeah.
Because you had to comment that it was stuck towards half, and DC could not have spent any time jump peeking. Had he decided to jump peek, it was done for. There was so much time, phenomenal decision making, and on the back of it right now, you've still got the Hunter's Fury available, you've got the Blade Storms up for Trinity, and you are seeing Trinity right now in form.
Yeah, finally, I think got their heads in one place. And this time Trinity, oh, that could have been close.
Say 3 people on the side right now, you still want to force it, that's the question, and maybe DC says yes.
Yeah, this is what was missing, that intent from .exe's side, and now look at that confidence exuding. RVK, Trinity, all finding their pieces as King Kappa. Wow, what a shot that was! The second already hit, but through the wall did not do enough damage. It's gonna be a little gutting though, but Techno, last player alive, will get taken down as .exe looking much more better in this map.
What a shot by King Kappa. I'd have to say, unfortunate for him that the second one was through the wall bang. Otherwise, this round was very much doable for them. But DC, great job indeed. Finding that first opener right away, and on back of it, Trinity pulling up on the side too. RBK getting that shut down. Even the goalie offered an individual out there fixes, and it became a bit dangerous. But yeah. The bit of weaponry wanted to take the long range fight, and on the back of it, SA2L with the timeout.
Yeah, SA2L need that, and you have Hell Ranger already on your backs, just giving them important words of wisdom. Because this was what .exe were missing, that cohesiveness and that intent to take those aim duels. This is something that they were lacking, that confidence has finally been instilled. And now SA2L suddenly feel a little bit threatened. And we'll see what sort of countermeasures they take this time. Of course, let's not forget, slightly inclined towards the attackers on this map. And .exe, they're making good work. And what I really like about what .exe have been doing is how they are constantly in pursuit for those pickoffs.
Yeah. They're mixing the pace as well.
Yeah.
Some of the rounds have been super slow, super calculated, and a few of them explosive as ever. One away from the lockdown, both the Killjoys. The Techno. Go for the Viper Spirit right on top of the fort, and Hunter's Fury on the other side. Committed, trying to catch someone, but fortunate for him. Gonna get the tag on Viper though, but for King Kappa, not so lucky out there. He still gets the pick onto Trinity. And that is interesting. And I believe it's through the entire Viper Spit as well. Now you basically forced .exe out of this part of the map. And you're now trying to funnel them in towards the B side, and that's why the stack is towards the B. But .exe want to brute force their way through the split.
My ult's ready.
Now
Okay,
come on.
yeah, this is good stuff. Important time
Calling my bot.
for an ult like that. But .exe, this time they decided to back off. Yeah, he's ventured in a little deep towards the kitchen. And at this point, gave his position away. And now, .exe is still wanting to enter in. And Helef, this is looking bad for .exe as Miz gets another
30 seconds
enough
left.
to cut the winds off their sail for .exe as SA12 instant bounce back in this round.
Timing by Techno as well. Just heard the footsteps of RBK running away. Quickly took the space out there. Stacked up side over towards the B. Maybe it's about time we just go in for the save.
10 seconds left.
No place available to try and peek in. Nothing being offered by S8UL. A phenomenal round indeed yet again. Miz constantly holding the B long angle with the operator. And on the back of it, Helef filling up the space all the way in mid, making sure that there's no nasty lurk plays by DC through that kitchen after the information was provided to him by Hoax. I like the idea of what they're trying to do. You've got the lockdown available too, but DC on the other side can't really say the same thing for him. One away from his own lockdown yet. And RBK, by the way, used the null command in the previous one fixes, so that is a pretty big utility now, not in your hands, but another big utility right now in the hands of DC.
Yeah. At this point, you know, for .exe, it's going to be interesting to see how he can make work with that operator. Is he anticipating somebody to be pushing through mid and cuts off their lurk? Whatever the idea is, Kohli, he's got some information to play around, and at this point, two players still at A. From SA12 side, you've got Miz this time. He's got an op. And misses a shot. Some damage, but not enough. And there you go. Instantly, the defensive lockdown being deployed. Suppression there. As .exe, they decide to back off.
On the other side, there's still Machiavelli standing, or rather, Techno holding his ground over towards the B. He's probably gonna try and play for the plant denial as well. Patience out there though, it's still a bit of a thin defense, and I've seen someone from cross mid. Yeah, Techno now is gonna go back all the way. He's got the snake bite available.
30 seconds left.
What a shot!
That's disgusting. And so is this. And oh my god, is it going to connect? No. Thrash missed. It's gonna hurt them. SA12.
Collectable.
Yeah, I think. You know, still a 4-on-4 situation. It's gonna be interesting. SA12 this time deciding to press matters. DC is taking quite a hefty chunk of damage. Hoax walks away with that kill. And now a 3-on-4. .exe. Let's see. It's gonna be important one as Hoax going in for that defuse as Elephant. His teammate up with the cleanup as SA12 get a nice defuse and back into this.
Absolutely. Great fun indeed. S8UL just holding it all the way down towards the end. The trust in the teammates is there. .exe yet again forced outside of the A on the back of that lockdown. And Helef this time around is having the Hunter's Fury. I still remember all the way back when he used to play with the lineup of True Rippers all the way in the first half of 2024. That was the time when he would always connect at least one or two with his own Hunter's Fury. Right now, Hoax. Now the Dizzy out in the open though, and Trinity is going to be brought down onto his knees by Helef. Lovely 1-2 play out there in the wide Miz. Not really landing in the shots again. Still posted on another angle with that operator. The flash dodged perfectly because of that poison cloud. Just going to try and position on the back of it.
Yeah, and look at this.
Here.
One player revealed. Miz, he's starting to get eager. And so are the players of .exe. Do not have the best of weaponries. But at this point, somebody needs to find that opener. Somebody has to take that gamble. And Kohli, he's got that recon. The suppression does come through.
Hold it all down. DC's got his own lockdown available. I'm pretty sure they're not invested in this one. There's another shot miss. It's down Kohli out there and makes sure to follow up on the back of it with DC out there on the knees as Helef gets another. Machiavelli is only good for one. Round converted yet again by S8UL.
Yeah, this was much more needed. Especially for S8UL. You know, this is good stuff. So prepared right now. Initially, it kind of is a little bit of a recap of the previous map, right? They took their time, and now after that timeout, it feels like they're prepared for everything. But again, that was sort of a semi-buy. This time, everything committed from DotExe's side. So clearly, so much going on, and look at this, back to their old shenanigans. 3 men pushing mid, and DotExe just around the B side will now decide to go in for the paw. It's going to be interesting to see if they can find an opener.
Like how Miz is just holding out the angle towards the right side. Belt is being held down by King Kappa.
Deploying drone.
That's not where the cavalry of .exe is. Alright, Poison Cloud goes down. See a couple of players out there with the dash 20. Gonna take the space though, but forced out into the fight. Techno with the snake bite. Lovely opener indeed, and pushing back rest of the members of .exe. As they'll try and take the space towards the A. 3 people towards B though.
Yeah, and at this point, .exe, they need to understand that Mace is ever so ready with that op. And Helef does have that Hunter's Fury though. And .exe does not really have their numbers.
Killjoy suppressed
30
though.
seconds
So
left.
no more nano swarms out there. Shot not yet landed
You
again.
should run.
Plant being included along with the
Spike planted.
Hunter's Fury right now. Invested on the other side too. Is it going to be for breaking the lockdown? But Miz breaks the skull of Machiavelli. Takes the lockdown down to Kohli. Answers back quickly by King Kappa's head demolished. He's got his own Hunter's Fury for the post plant yet again. Miz missing out on a few of those crucial shots. Dizzy going out for the defuse as well. Hunter's Fury on the other side. Decent position. Impeccable, but Hoax answers him back. RBK, he's still got the fragment in his hand. When is he going to throw it is the big question. Right now the bullets are enough. But is it going to be? Half already stuck. Wall already up. And Kohli's eyes are far better than the wall of Techno.
Oh my goodness. That was such an intense round. And at this point, .exe pulled themselves back into this game. Much needed, but look at this shot. Oh, disgusting.
Shenanigans indeed. Look, it just feels right now that I'll have to say, you know, RBK does not feel comfortable on the kill. Fragments have been a bit iffy here and there, and one of the most crucial parts out there, but it's absolutely fine. As long as you get those rounds on the attack, they still need at least a couple of rounds more to make it seem like we're actually playing on Icebox, but it just feels that the rounds that they get are not really on the back of a very solid strategy, but rather more on the back of those hero plays or a few shots here and there.
And you know, look at this. S8UL, they find some ground, and suddenly you can see them getting back to their proactive ways. Always out venturing for information.
Yep.
And .exe are always in a pickle. Are they gonna see some intervention from the players? Is somebody going to peek from some off angle? At this point, even the spikes drop down. They're still eyeing out for an opening. And Techno still poised right out of yellow. And now Techno, he's gonna go for the swing. It's gonna be an important matchup there. And Techno, he's gonna win that. As King Kappa, he's gonna follow up. And .exe again find themselves in a very rough situation.
Precarious indeed. Got the null command available, but now not enough members to try and invest it for. This could very well be a save again.
10 seconds left.
Really have a very solid economy. Maybe Kohli will have enough to drop one down. He's got full shields as well. Shocked out for a 150. So yeah, he'll have enough to drop one weaponry out. Trinity far away from the Blade Storm. Don't really feel that there's going to be another rifle. Maybe Guardian or a Bulldog or something along the similar lines. But let's say Huel, their patience and diligence, phenomenal. Just 2 duels being offered in the previous round, and as soon as they won them, they basically closed out the round. I understand the slow pace of .exe, but it just seems that they are trying to find some overextensions for S8UL, and S8UL are not offering them.
At this point, you know, S8UL, they're putting in the right mix. You know, they've got the perfect blend. They know when to play defensive. They know when to seek information. They have their work cut out. Or .exe still treading through rough waters as of now. Heavy investments being made, and RVK, they have to act on this flashpoint, and Trinity does, but miss. Beautiful trade-offs coming in from his side as Kohli and Machiavelli will open the site up.
Look.
Spike planted.
Oh, King Kappa. Such a crucial kill. But now he's got to dig in a little deeper. There's a wraparound. They can sandwich the players. King Kappa. Alright, he's got to make that play. He does. A logs with Techno. This is ludicrous as S8UL. Wow, what a round that was, folks. Sublime stuff. Techno and King Kappa. Beautiful.
I was actually liking the idea of .exe when they were pushing towards the screen. I thought maybe they want to clear out towards the spawn and take some space away. And on the back of it, they could have been, you know, offered a favorable duel with a 3v1 against Techno. But then just decided to disperse on the back of the site and were eventually caught by both King Kappa and Techno individually.
Yeah.
The brilliance is just there, and King Kappa has been fragging since the previous map right now, and Techno is also feeling like home finally.
Yeah, I mean, King Kappa has been such a hero for S8UL previous game. Rescued them, and now let's see what can .exe put on the board. Final round before the swap, and .exe, look at this. Light armors on everybody, Guardians being forced out. Just 2 Vandals. And S8UL ever so ready. This time slowing down the pace a little bit, but Helif catching DC off guard as RVK gets a good trade.
Yep. It's a crash available as well, if in case they want to buy a bit more time, and no ultimate on the other side apart from Kohli being 2 away from his own Hunter's Fury. Good re-clearance. Push back all the players though. He actually sends it down to Bear, probably catch it, and how the heck does King Kappa get 2 there?
Look at the angle. Oh my god, read them like a book, shut them down good. This is S8UL 2.0 looking so good at this point. I mean, .exe did have a good start. We felt like, yes, the cohesiveness is there, the teamwork is there, the intent, the aggression was there, but everything just swatted off. And a huge shout out once again to our sponsors. Do check out the OMEN Max 16, completely loaded with great features and has a 5080 as well.
So that's exactly what I wanted to point out to. 5080.
This is gonna be
I
fun.
probably think that is one of the big reasons why all of these players have been performing fantastic right now. But again, all the way back down to the pistol. Mid aggression this time being shown by .exe. Want to try and some real estate away from the other side, but both the extremities are very thin right now. And he sees them. Last second. It's such a flank heavy play. All 4 players, you know, your turret and alarm bot will not give you the information of how many players are there. And S8UL will have to be diligent because you've got no clue that the side is actually empty right now. And now they finally found it.
I think they have an idea. Given the fact, no challenge posed. Oh, Helif. He's gonna enjoy himself, won't he? And RVK gives a little taste. And for .exe, it's going to be interesting how they retake. As SA2L points once again, Trinity, oh, should not have been taken down like that, but DC finds some respite as King Kappa again trying to be the hero, but DC showing why he's so good on that KJ, but Hogs trying to keep things alive, but it's gonna be .exe's round as they get the 6th on the board.
The flank heavy play indeed worked out perfectly for them. SA2L did not anticipate the number of players invested on the back of that flank again. LF first being caught, even he not realizing how many were behind that, probably gave the information of maybe 1 or 2. But you can't really do the same thing in multiple of those rounds, right? Because we know how quickly SA2L can get ready.
Is it an Oni armor?
Yeah, it's actually the Oni armor.
Looks dope.
It indeed is, just like the prediction charts of SA2L. 83% for them.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they've got one of the biggest fan bases. Surely, supporters coming in hordes, but now look at the boys from SA2L. A quick take on towards that kitchen. And seems like .exe are prepared for that intervention.
Seems like they've decided to learn a bit of a cooking out there. EXE will have to see if they're Gordon Ramsay or...
No more sober.
I mean, such a wild comparison, but we move on as .exe. They are good on the defensive foot, trying to shut down and eventually will succeed. SA2L, a little bit of an off play, and .exe were quite composed, quite prepared for that threat, dealing with it. But let's not also forget that .exe, they did win the previous round, so did have those better weaponries, but now this is going to be an important one. SA2L, they will be coming with full buys. Is .exe up for the task?
Harvey is farming his null command orbs right now.
Why not? Go for it.
Have to say so. I think so. SA2L will have to be more than prepared for this one, because it is easy for you to pick the orbs when you're on the defensive side. I want to see a shock dart snakebite combination over towards that A site orb, because that's where RVK is starting, and you normally use that lineup combination to deny an early orb to the other side when you know that there's an ultimate. I don't think so. That is the idea of SA2L. They just want to give it up. They're absolutely fine by doing that. They just want to hold down all the other forts, right? Taking that space away. Cool. He picks up that orb.
Okay, interesting. 3 men from .exe at the A side, now quickly transitioning to B. And Machiavelli seems like he's called Mayday. And now they know. Behold the ball. It comes through. And now Machiavelli already spotted out, but DC quick on those triggers. Miz will get that trade, but Machiavelli, he finds some success. Let's not forget, .exe did not have the best of weapons, but SA2L making quick work of .exe, shredding one after the other, the players being torn apart, as RVK will find some success. But eventually it's going to be King Kappa who seals the round for them.
And Wingman for the win. For the plant, obviously.
Why not?
Absolutely. The best thing. Now that happens, for now, SA2L are actually going to be happy, not losing a lot of rifles on the board, so the economy is going to be safe. Seems like there's some resemblance out there in the items that Fixes owns, and so in one of the player camps. I'm not really allowed to say it right away.
Let's go. Here.
I mean, I love the bomb that you know they've been using.
Of course.
Getting you focused, just getting you energized. But now, .exe, important round for them. 7-8 the score. SA2L just having a narrow lead. At this point, alright, he's a little bit watchful though.
Big recon though. It's revealed quite a few players out there, and a preemptive null command to try and slow down this push. But SA2L, they've got a lot of time. They can just wait it all out.
I mean, at this point, look at that heavy stack.
Oh, this op.
Yeah, and this op. It has to work. No margin for error as Thrash committed, and this is where Flood comes in. Trinity has to be prepared. King Kappa gets that opener. Machiavelli out of picture, making things easy for SA2L as they decide to go in for that flood. TC still trying to pose a little threat, but to no avail. As SA2L, they decide to turn their heads, now moving towards the B side. Because now look at Techno's position. He's playing such a nice key angle there. Could really work out for them. Element of surprise for SA2L.
I think so. It's actually going to turn out to be a big element of surprise. They're all three players. They've controlled all the part of the map, and this plant is entirely open. You can play from wherever you really want to.
Toxins going up.
And I swear to God, if there are some nasty lineups out there for now, DC answers back. There's still a mosh pit down on the feet. Half stuck is the question. Yes, indeed it is. Snakebite absolutely missed, but it does not matter as the shots of Helif are that much good.
Yeah, I think this is where .exe decided to go all out, and they just fell apart. Those early pickings really hurting .exe, and it's the same old problem coming to haunt them back once more, and a timeout being forced. Could have called it a little earlier. Would love to know what the comms are.
Right now there's a bit of a seriousness out there.
Yeah.
Faces of the boys again. RVK. Can't really see him from his own camp, but can see him from the Trinity's camp. You can see him constantly giving out those instructions too, but
Not pleased with something though.
exactly.
Something's not working out.
Kohli's camera.
Just barring that. If there was a PJ competition, I'm pretty sure we know who to root for.
Shadow.
I mean, that too. But now coming back, talking business. So, .exe, they did go with the sheriffs, some light armors. They do have that lockdown. I don't think they are gonna deploy it. But for SA2L, they have again started to take control.
1 point away, King Kappa from his own lockdown too. So DC, him having his own lockdown could very well be counted out by this orb over towards the B side. Kohli now, he himself is 1 point away, and that knife did not scan anything over towards A.
Yeah.
So I think so the rotation can be called over B side if they want to. There we go. Explosion onto the side by SA2L.
Placing swarm grenade.
Kappa. Right. Swarm already deployed. Machiavelli knows does not have the best weapons. And deployed.
Early on.
So not really wanting to cut any corners. The players of SA2L, as .exe have no other choice but to hold it off.
I love the idea as well. King Kappa deploying the lockdown is now quickly moving towards the mid to try and find an opportunity or the timing on the back of the players.
That's going to be interesting if they can find any sort of an space around that.
He did.
And he did. Delivers and will the players, the entire team, as one after the other. SA2L back to their winning run as they get another round on the board, and smiles across the faces of the players and their fans. Everybody pleased.
SA2L is looking revamped right now. The addition of Hoax, at least in this series, is showing that it's worked out phenomenally. Glass cannon operator right now for Trinity. No shields whatsoever. Couple of big ultimates. DC with the lockdown. Kohli with the Hunter's Fury. But again, LF is one off from his own Hunter's Fury right now. And Miz again one away from his own Blade Storm. They're not going to focus on that. But Hunter's Fury, yeah, maybe. We've constantly seen the amount of value that it brings on the table. Lovely jump peek, anticipating an aggressive mid play. But how the heck do you get that shot?
I have no idea. How can he succeed on that as through the boilers maze, trying to get a little eager. He is watched and still succeeds? What? This is impeccable stuff. SA2L, how are they pulling this off? And now, just like that, he is up for grabs. Till DC.
He gets a tag.
Yeah, he does. Not enough to get a kill though. But we'll get the plant.
It was Trinity. He got the tag on. Eventually just updrafted out of there. Sees a couple of players all the way towards the heaven too. This position of Techno is going to be crucial.
Last player standing.
And that's all she wrote. SA2L just dismantling .exe. At this point, it feels like .exe completely gassed out. And no answers, nothing put on whilst SA2L fighting their hearts out. And Mill, I really wanted to see his POV there. Observers, please take note. And now, SA2L. Lovely, lovely. And this is it, right? This is where, ideally they would be getting their 12th round and the next would be all out for .exe. But back to this.
I like the idea how Miz is right now playing with the blades, with also the outlaw in his hands, getting the side execute and then ready for the post plant itself.
Oh, look at this. Some damage being dealt out, but Hoax, he is just too good. Trinity finds some success, but not enough. Still have two players though. RBK and Trinity still present, and now the position's given out.
Absolutely. And the fun fact is, Hoax also has got the Thrash available now.
Look at them. They just don't care. You've got enough men? We're going to switch sides. And now it's going to be DC. He's got a lockdown and a Sheriff and a Dream. As SA2L just trying to prance their way onto the side. That was a nasty one. But Techno, he's going to save the day as Hoax secures the plant.
Wingman says sayonara to Hoax and still goes in for the plant. The boy completes the job that he's given. But on the back of it now, a 2v3. Still the numbers advantage for SA2L. They've got a ton of utility. Helef with the shock dart. Recon just used up. Techno with the snake bite. This should be done, but what a flash from RVK. Sets things up for Trinity, who only gets one. Seems an unfortunate fall of events for them. Still there's a fragment and a shot and a Dream. Maybe with this one he could land, but Helef says no.
Yeah, they put their hearts into this round. So much investment, so much commitment. But SA2L always one step ahead, and it's not even going to deter their cred economy, is it? 11 rounds already, and now this is it. Getting that 12th, they're feeling so confident, and for .exe, there is no redemption from this.
How many operators do you think they're going to use? Never mind. None.
Why throw?
Why not? They've got so many rounds up on board. If things
You can't do when you are under the SA12 banner. That's not allowed. So,
I agree.
yeah.
Anything. Mid-play, very aggressive play. Kohli, good luck surviving that. Now that lad is not giving the life right now. Trinity RVK good on that trigger though, but SA2L again on their aggressive play are just gonna put DXE out of their misery. Faster rather than slower. And Markavelli now has been pretty nasty on the Euro, but can he do the same on the Viper? As Miz says probably no. Sees the barrel, takes the head, and takes the game for SA2L.
Oh, that's good. That's phenomenal. What a start to their Split 2 campaign. One change and seems like it has happened. And there you go. It's taken over the realms. And yes, Helef is also pleased with how they've begun their journey. Especially considering how their run in Split 1 was.
True.
Making those changes, whatever needed to be done. And the results are in front of us. Still early times, still a lot might say they are yet to play against the big dogs, but yes, this is a W that SA2L can take for today.
That's the fun fact. This is how you play against those big dogs, right? In their next matchup now, they're going to be facing Revenant XSpark. So you can't technically have the bigger dogs in the arena than that right now. Let's quickly have a look back at what happened in the previous map, because again, it's SA2L close-knit affair in the first half, but a sheer domination in the second.
I think this is where, having two great minds, you've got Hoax, Helef, and also let's not forget Hellranger is also the one pulling the plug. So at this time, SA2L have got such big brains on their side. And now, once all these big brains are also, good with their arms, I think they're looking much more solid this season. And for .exe, I think it's the same story, the same script, repeating once again. They start off really well, they look much better, but once SATL gets conditioned to what they're putting on the table, the answer has been so great that .exe, they haven't really been able to retaliate back at all.
The adaptations by SATL were just on point again, catching the other side by sheer pace and then slowing things down as well a bit. Seems like things keep on falling for the side of .exe, but not for the side of King Kappa, as he's the man who's making things fall on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, King Kappa, he's been so phenomenal. MVP in this game, MVP in the previous game. Take a bow, young man. Players like him, youngsters with that urge to win and deliver, and constantly, especially when you've got the likes of Helef, Techno, Hoax in your lineup, kind of gets easy to get overshadowed, but still finding his own footing. And being a KJ, the MVP, goes on to speak volumes about how good and flexible he is as a player.
Still remember back in Split 1, this guy was on a bit of that struggling end as well, receiving that short stick along with disease, but right now the amount of step up that this guy is showing, insane. First kills 12 for SATL, 8 times side was taken by them, 6 times they planted, and that too when they were on the attack in the second half. They ended 7-5, that too ahead of the curve, so clearly showcasing the strength needed to make that big comeback. RVK on the other side has got the exact same ACS as King Kappa. Half of the first kills, it's absolutely fine, you're a KO. 19, 14 and 14 for that record, but the difference is right away from the second player itself.
No, not just second player, I'm more concerned about Machiavelli on that Viper. Seems
mention
like he really never wanted to play it and looked quite uncomfortable there. Like the presence he showed on the first game and the transition into this is pretty much visible. So that is something that .exe, they still have to work on a lot of things, but that's the bad part, right? Now they've been pushed back. Next game is going to be an eliminator, so they have to watch out for. But King Kappa, take a bow once again. The overall series MVP, 39 kills on the board, and he's not even their duelist. So goes on to show that this young man has stepped up, and he has stepped up big time.
True.
And this is going to confident him as an individual player, but now he's earned the trust of his teammates also. So given the efforts that he's put in and the value that he's getting, I think good days for SATL.
I agree, and to be honest, not to downplay any of the team or players out there, but this roster of .exe were really the ones that actually came third out of the previous Split 1. So them performing against their nemesis where they lost 2-0 against them in Split 1 and then just making this revenge comeback, I think so. This is a very beautiful revenge story and rather showing the clear growth curve and learning ability of SATL. I still want to bring back my same point that I started the entire day off with, that SATL is a team that learns very fast, and they are clearly showcasing that.
Is it the Hoax stiff that has put them in such a spot where, I mean, the previous split they did have Hoax, this time SATL has Hoax, and I think the difference is quite visible.
I think so, maybe a Venka diff as well this time around. That there's no Venka on the roster of .exe, but there's something that's going to happen in the brackets as VLT will now take on Reckoning and Revenant XSpark will take on SATL, while over towards the lower bracket we've got Global Esports Academy taking on Asterisk, .exe taking on EXE IND. The fated matchup fixes, which I know that you are rooting for, is going to happen at match number 12, which will also be the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, that is something that everybody is going to be eyeing out for potentially. Even you could say this could be the finale matchup ideally, because we've got such big guns. But VLT Reckoning is one fight that I'm really excited for, because Reckoning, they always do tend to pack a punch, but VLT have been nigh unstoppable, unbeaten. They have been so good. But seems like Revenant XSpark, I think this time, these extra changes that they've made, could possibly maybe push VLT to their limits, but you know, all of that will happen on a later day. But I'm more concerned about the eliminator matches that will happen tomorrow, and that is where we'll see some hearts being broken, because Global Esports Academy is there, Asterisk is there, and now you could also see .exe dev also being pushed back. So much has happened, so much will happen tomorrow. But folks, we're finally done with the games for today. We're going to be bidding adieu. We will be meeting you tomorrow. Till then, take care and have a good night.
Hold up. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.